Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EUSL. We're in season 4, week 7 right now, and for this pre-show, we will be spinning the wheel to decide the semi-finals matchups for USC. So currently, the teams that have made it so far are Hot Tofu, Wild Cards, and Vibe Check. One important thing to note for this wheel spin is that Vibe Check and Wildcards did play in the group stage together and as such cannot roll against each other. So that means that Vibe Check and Wildcards can only play Vas or Hot Tofu each. Without further ado, I think we'll go for the first wheel spin. This team that's being spun will be put into stage E. So let's see how this one goes. It's looking like it will be Hot Tofu, the first team into E right now. And yeah, that doesn't complicate things for us. It means that we can just go ahead and spin this one again and see which team it's going to land on. Looking like it will be Wildcards moving in to F, which means that the other brackets have also been decided, I believe. As like I said, Vibe cannot play wildcards, which means that Vibe will be going against Hot Tofu and wildcards will be going against Vas. And that's all there is to it, I believe, for today. Yeah, those games will be played within 2 weeks. We will have one of them on stream on the Friday in next 2 weeks. But for right now, I believe that's all we have for this pre-show. Just a nice quick one. We'll be back shortly with the first USA game of the day, which will be between Hot Tofu, I believe, and sorry, I'm tapped out. Hot Tofu versus Aegis. Yeah. Oh, versus Working Player, sorry. Scuffed that one up, my bad. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back shortly. Those are the USA games that have been decided. Goodbye. Hello and what?
And oh well, he's
Sorry.
got it. Nah, you got it. You got it.
Oopsie. Hello, welcome back. USL. Actually, USA season 4, week 7. We have Hot Tofu versus Work in Prayer. We're on Athens City first game. Talk us through this draft, Kirikin. I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were both insanely excited to already get this going in as we are starting on the Auten City. What a great map to play on. This I haven't seen this map in a very long time. And 1-2 punch and Chrono Boost on the start. Octavia and Juno, first ones to be banned out. And of course, this match does have some kind of ramifications on the line. So, well, Work in Prayer versus Hot. Hot are currently in the driver's seat of kind of this entire tournament. Well, kind of just this entire circuit, 4-1 sitting there. Actually, well, not even 4-1. I think they are what 4-2. Well, actually, no, not 4-2, because
Five, 5-1, I
they
think. Or
actually wait
maybe.
no, because no, because we haven't updated the sheet. The sheet sucks. What the heck?
They're up there.
Yeah, they're
And
up
Work and
there in
Prayer
the top two.
are further down. I think currently they're basically fighting to get into playoffs. So of course this would be a very nice one to win. Get them maybe above Bonk or Circus, one of the other competitors who are, in the standings to be in or out of playoffs, competing for those third and fourth slots right now. But yeah, we're seeing more of this draft right now. Of course, Kai and Estelle being the first picks of both teams makes a lot of sense. The Kai especially on Chrono Boost here. I mean, it was running both leagues. I think in the previous patch, there's still a lot of uncertainty, of course, with the new patch. But I think especially on the Chrono start, um, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and of course, well, on the other side, Estelle Kazan and Drakkar being taken for the side of Work and Prayer. Hot taking the Kai, Luna, and the Rasmus. We're gonna see a lot of damage, I think. I mean, especially with this patch. If anyone has read the patch notes, it does get very scary. I will say that for the most part, because again, like what they increase damage, and surprisingly, we do have a Drakkar pick. You want to explain what happened with Drakkar recently?
Yeah, so currently Jakar is, I mean, you could call it bugged, whatever you want. Essentially, he gets double the cooldown refund on his primary and the other characters, so he gets a 5% refund. It's, kind of the similar interaction that this would have with Twin and Prime Time, so it kind of makes sense that it's in the game. Of course, we did see Jakar on this patch. Previously in the Ask versus Circus game. I don't know if those teams were aware and considering that in their drafting, but either way, it did get the win for the side of Jammy Circus, so possibly that precedent will continue today for Work and Prayer if they're managing to abuse it, especially the 1-2. The Drek with all the cooldowns, he does this knockback now, but can for sure chunk out a lot of damage. So yeah, we'll have to see, where this Drek is even going. Could be in the net or in the brawler position for Work and Prayer, especially considering they have Kitty Bagel in the net, who's kind of a known Kazan goalie player. So yeah, interesting to see what they'll opt for in this game.
Definitely so. Well, I was gonna say, in NA at least, Drakkar is currently banned, even though there are two games that have already happened with one team completely destroying another team 2-0. Well, not say who, but yeah, that team kind of got like wrecked 2-0 because they chose Drakkar and Drakkar ended up like stomping the entire competition. So, I mean, hopefully we will see less of that going on because obviously, I think we made a prediction, me and SMG earlier, with one team going to abuse this later on today. So let's hope that's not the case. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe some of the members in the chat who have known about this. But anyway, we're loading into this game now. We've got Nitron on the Luna here. Wood on the Kai. I love Kai goalie. I'm a big fan, especially on eject button, which I expect Wood will take with the Chrono. And I believe she'll be able to have a lot of impact on this game. Big Shot more so known, I would say, for the, I don't know how you'd call them, the Chud brawlers, the I love. I must say the Julies, the Ashes, the X's. But Yeah, definitely comfortable on the Rasmus, especially with this chrono. His secondary is pretty substantially changed, I'd say, with the duration being cut by 0.75 seconds, but being faster. But maybe the chrono will counter that out and just make the secondary really annoying to deal with.
You're already starting out with a lot of the side of the core going to be not really on work in prayer's side from it. I keep saying well played, like it's really well played, like WP, but like it's really work in prayer. And the big thing I think we're already seeing is Chrono Boost making a return, and a lot of people really taking it. Pigshot and Wood taking it on their side, and of course Grim and Big Smoke Manager taking the Chrono Boost on the other side, and of course Grim with the piercing shot does sink it through Wood's defense on this first point.
Yeah, we saw that Woods' offense being a great help to them, but a bit too much aggression there meant the Grim was able to find the court around her. So I have to see how she is able to adjust because Estelle is a very hard character to run up aggressively into. She does have a lot of range.
And look where Wood is playing, very, very far up and very aggressive, giving Pigshot the space that they need to, and the collapse is just imminent. Natron putting the goal in ahead of Kitty Bagel's out clear, and of course, we already saw one kill come on to Grim. I think that was Grim at least, so already getting into the kill momentum, and if we see more kills like those, it'll be a very, very difficult game, especially with the CD reduction and how they're already dealing with things. Flip comes out from Nitron and gets the first barrier, and already Kitty Bagel trying to defend here with two flips actually being burned. Wood gone, and now Pigshot burning the flip to kill a member of Work in Prayer. So now 3v2 power play coming on. Pigshot trying to the bottom side with Nitron dashing in. Doesn't find it, but Kitty Bagel gets sniped for fun. And Nitron takes another point for them.
That was definitely an important one for Hot Tofu to get. They used a lot of flips there. We can see the energy situation not looking great for them. Of course, goals are what matter ultimately, but if Graham is able to use the flip that he's building up to aggressively, it's still a scary spot for them, the side of Hot Tofu's defense here.
Pigshot getting shot up. We'll have to retreat as Nitron takes the step forward, as well as Wood trying to push the offense to when Pigshot can come back now. Bottom side, flip being burnt for Kitty Big a little bit too late. Ain't able to save the barriers now in a very, very open spot. Core goes right all the way across the other side as Grim picks up the barrier and has the flip ready to work with the double kind of ranged character possession here. Is looking pretty good for them now as Kitty Big pushing the core forwards and Grim just trying to capitalize off of anything. But he has to get in the zone to be able to use a flip. Flip will be burnt here and will be kind of projected out as Big Smoke will fall, and now another 3v2 power play at least for the side of Hot Tofu as Grim gets launched across the map, and the slot and the shot from Pigshot will slip right in.
Yeah, very nice defensive positioning from the whole of Hot Tofu there to shut down Grimm's flip. Was the only chance they had after manager was taken off the field. And it is Wood rewarded with this first pick here. I'd say nothing too crazy for her. Maybe going to want some speed. Maybe, I don't know, the spark angle is always something you can look for on a winning set. But yeah, she does go for the spark, and then it is the peak performance taken by this Kazan here, and of course the Deadeye falling to Luna, which Nitron will be happy with.
Yeah, the Sparks game, I think, is pretty strong right now. I mean, even though there are two Sparks already in the first draft, the chance of having, what, Spark of Focus in the next draft would be pretty monumental to getting, especially with how Wood is, like, moving. Like, already 741 speed. Just base, by the way. Or at least if they're, like, walking up. And that just allows them to get so much pressure going into the next point because they already secured a barrier and they secured the goal as well, and what, they barely used any of their energy?
Yeah, certainly. I think, Kai is still often traded, but especially with this being a Chrono Boost start, the Kai is just looking like it's providing more value, especially considering the matchups. I think Kai has a good matchup into Drek. If she uses her barrage well, the Drek will find it hard to score. And also on the offense, Kai has a nice matchup into the Kazan, can just barrage through as well. So if Wood's able to use her cooldowns wisely, as I believe she has been doing, they're going to have a lot of defensive ease and a lot of offensive pressure with her help.
Already Grim, not really long for this world. He gets to keep the flip, but the goal still will be managed to be put in by Nitron. Again, Nitron really scoring all those points. I mean, the old fairy tale of midfielder can't score isn't really coming to fruition already, as two flips for Big Smoke Manager and Grim are already on the cards. The direct going invisible, and somehow they don't secure the barrier there. I mean, one flip to burn for the barrier isn't really too much, especially on Otten City, and there we go. Grim forced to use the flip, and Big Smoke Manager is still in a lot of trouble. Flip goes through for Nitron and claims the barrier. And of course, they're still trying to fight for this point. Would even push up extremely far. She could have even killed Grim there if they really wanted to, with the flip from Big Smoke Manager is secured, and Wood actually burning their flip to try to get it out. Just doesn't seem to work.
Yeah, the side of Working Prayer didn't let that offensive mishap on the top side get to them. They just remained composed and managed to get that goal. And that's what they need to keep doing here. Once again on the top side, trying to pressure, but it's all of the members of Hot Tofu just assisting in the defense, and then they can transition so quickly as Pigshot with the strike primary, using everything onto Kitty Bagel here. And that set did not feel particularly close. And that's another one going over to Hot Tofu.
Speed already going good, and there we Orb Dancer on the cards already, and Nitron will be hovering that pick immediately. I remember having a game, like it was a scrim, but I remember like very clearly that it was we had to reverse sweep a game because someone didn't take Orb Dancer, and I got Orb Dancer like second to last pick. So yeah, Orb Dancer might be strong on this map, just saying.
Yeah, especially, I think typically the Brawler likes Orb Dancer most just because their positioning matters less, I would say. They can go for orbs more than the other roles. But with how Hot Tofu are playing, Nitron's often kind of sitting in the middle and allowing his teammates... Oh, unfortunate there. Very close to the save. But as I was saying, Nitron's kind of just covering, staying in the middle, has the dash to reach things. So I think in this game, actually, it's very nice for him to have it. He's has a lot of freedom as to where he's positioning. Both of his teammates are kind of controlling the ball more than he is, I would say, right now.
Yeah, first set of orbs coming in for Nitron. He will not pick up any, actually. So the orbs not really on the side of him just yet, but they still do manage to take the barrier, and the core going red isn't really much to help. Nitron walking, trying to get the core pass, the back pass coming through as well. And Big Smoke Manager doesn't look to be in a very healthy spot right now, very, very low, and Nitron still only has one orb to his name. Grim pushing up the offense, and Big Smoke Manager being forced into a really bad spot as Grim lights up the offense, putting it past Wood, and actually putting Working Prayer to win a set here.
Yeah, they only need one more, and I like what's going on the offense here. They were doing a lot of damage in that point, and focusing down one of the members here. There was also a bit of a mistake, a misplay, I think, on the offense where Wood and Pigshot had a bit of a miscommunication, but seems like they're back to form here, breaking this first barrier down, and only barrier, and Nitron is building up his way to a flip, which Wood already has, right? So definitely scary spot for the side of Working Prayer to be on.
Wood premature flip burns doesn't look to be very good, as Nitro does end up finding the kill onto Big Smoke Manager once again, and look at him already having 5 sector orbs, and of course the strike is just simply enough to put the core in the net, as Nitro trying to reverse sweep the kind of already looking to be very much sweep heavy game coming in. And of course the energy awakenings, well, the energy side isn't looking too hot for Working Prayer, considering the fact that Grim is being hunted down for the most part. Barrier gone, and Grim's still really not in a good spot. He'll pick up an orb, but make sure that he gets the energy to try to bring the point back and try to win a set, but it is already match point.
Yeah, and that's that Kazan Kai matchup I was talking about. Kazan doesn't really have any ability to beat Barrage. I mean, not many characters do, but just seems very hard. But that's some great aggression from Grim. Flip comes out too, but Manager just took so much damage. One Barrage will probably get it done, unless he's able to get it done himself, making use of the aerials there to slot it in the top side. And that's the first set to Working Prayer, and all it takes is a trickle.
Very close. Grim MVP at the center. Rapid Fire and Spark of Focus as well coming in. The Spark of Focus will be hovered by Wood, but will DF Grim deny this? He still has Rapid Fire, and he actually will take Hotshot away. So the Spark won't be denied, but at least Estelle and Jakar really they get a lot of value out of this draft actually. Rapid fire going to Jakar, and of course with again being Jakar being broken, busted in some aspects, maybe this is the comeback because obviously Pigshot didn't really get a good draft either. I mean Rampage is pretty good, but it's only one barrier. You're kind of getting half of what you really want from a 2-barrier map on a 1-barrier map. So going to be a little bit scary for Hot Tofu if they can come up with it. If they can come up with this, it'll be very good, but the road doesn't seem too bright for them. But they're still up 2 sets. But
Certainly are, and yeah, 1 set. That's the first barrier down, though. Exactly what the set of Working Pair want. Wood does have the flip, first to have it, though, as still it is Manager and Grim who I would say are controlling the core here, but they do need to find their way up to the offense, and of course once they get there they'll have to get through Wood, so still a scary spot for both teams, but both goalies I would say are just holding it down very well right now.
If Grim landed that if Grim landed that piercing shot onto Nitron would be out of the orb economy for a little bit, but right now it is kind of all Working Prayer's game. Grim outsmarting Wood with the dash at the blink and managing to catch the core away, and of course Working Prayer are trying to bring this back. They have 1 flip to their name, but there's still 2 on the board for Wood and Nitro respectively, and Baseball Manager again taking a lot of damage. Really anything can, even a sneeze can even take them out already as 2 flips. Bird, Nitron catching the core, trying to kill Baseball Manager, but can't seem to do it. The barrier falls for a hot side, and now Grim almost with flip ready to go, and Kitty Bagel not in the right spot. Hook, everything being thrown onto that goalie as Nitro secures another point for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, certainly a great combination of cooldowns coming out there. And yeah, you know, you would think that the cooldown advantage would be in the side of the Hotshot Estelle and the Strek who has the rapid fire, but still I think the side of Hot Tofu just making use of them better right now. But that is so much move speed here coming off the back of that fire up and all the flips coming out, but still the goal is actually not scored. So nice defense from the side of Hot Tofu, and if they manage to win this one, I mean that's a crazy momentum swing, you know, with Working Prayer having used 3 flips already.
3 flips used, but you can even say that they used the ult to secure that goal as Grim again with the blink, sending it down to where Wood can't reach it, and again, Working Prayer just trying to keep the momentum going, and with the energy economy, it doesn't look too great, but again, they have made plays without the energy, so it is fine. Aerial's Jakar finding the barrier, and now Wood just has to play extremely aggressive. Nitro missing the dash as well as Wood has to just try to defend here. Not looking really too good as Grim has the flip ready to go, and Nitron off the map. 2v3 power play on the other side as well. The Sax reset for Nitron isn't looking too good as Working Prayer trying to sink it in, but Pigshot and Wood are defending just fine. Nitron back online, and with the dash secures the barrier as Pigshot working out with the flip as Kitty Bacon defends it, as well as now Wood trying to ignite the offense, trying to push up as well, but they just can't seem to do so. Kitty Bagel off the map, and now on the other side, another 2v3.
Yeah, what a hold. Oh, that was a scary one. Almost sent it back, but flip does come out in time from Wood. I mean, that hold from both Wood and Pigshot was just so impressive. Wood was playing aggressively in the top corner, recognizing that she had to take the strikes before Estelle could hit a beam on her or Drek could get a shotgun. And Pigshot also with a great hook to bring the ball to himself, and also just having the flip, recognizing that he was a threat on the offense despite being on his half. And yeah, that defense was so incredible, and making sure that they're still in this set. Oh, and winning it.
Winning that set, reverse sweeping the set in correct fashion for Hot Tofu as they take the game 3-2. I mean, at least the last 2 sets were actually kind of competitive. Comparatively to like the other 2, because like again, it felt like they were very, very close to just sweeping 3-0, but Working Prayer ended up winning that one set due to the draft, and of course with that set win, Hot Tofu are up 1-0 in the series with one map, well, at least 2 other maps to take a part of. We have, I think, Clarion Test Chamber next on the chopping block. This is going to be a Hot's pick. I mean, Allen City was Working Prayer's first pick.
Yeah, I think losing your map pick never something you want to do, especially they might be thinking that, oh no, we made a lot of mistakes in that final position in the power play. But I think they have to just not let it get to them. I think certainly as a team they can get it done on Clarion as well. Not a map that will not suit them. I think Grimm's pick like the Rune can certainly be very strong on that map. And the brawler picks of manager I think very strong. So my presumption is that this Atom map draft for them was mostly trying to get a map where the goalie role is weakened, I would say, comparatively. As Wood, I think, does a lot of work for the side of Hot Tofu. But I think giving the Kai over, if that's your plan, was a big mistake, especially on the Chrono start. It's just such a strong pick for a goalie, especially like Wood, who plays with a lot of aggression. But definitely working Pred not out of it because, as I said, I think Clarion can for sure be a strong map for them as well.
And the Clarion test chamber. I mean, I kind of known for like throwing curveballs at you at any moment in time. Some teams, even though they pick it, they might not be the best at certain aspects of the map. So hopefully, but kind of this kind of like, I guess the kind of like the middle ground between both teams is that one team might be better at other things compared to the other team. So obviously, if it ends up going their way, they could have a good momentum shift into the draft coming in
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, certainly could be, and it looks like Work and Prayer will be picking up red side for Clarion. I think that's a wise pick. I don't know. It's very hard to say this early on into a patch what the meta will be, especially knowing what side in draft. There's been patches where you always want blue side. Maybe last patch where here we would have always wanted to first pick Kyra Estelle. But yeah, getting two strong picks could be very nice for the side, especially because I'd say there's some decent overlap in the character pools between like both goalies maybe want Kai, both brawlers would like the Julie, the Ash, and maybe the X. So getting to guarantee that you get 2 out of 3 of those overlapping picks could certainly be a nice spot for Work and Prayer to be in. But it all depends as well on how their meta read goes with the awakenings and things of that nature. So yeah, tricky one to call just yet, but we'll see as we will be moving into the draft shortly.
Draft for Clarion test chamber. I mean, especially for the team side. I mean, I've heard a lot of debate whether or not you should be playing red side or blue side for the most part. And I think it kind of depends on what you want, or at least what you've done research on for the other team. Cause like, I mean, especially for what I'm watching, like games being played in the NAS scene, at least it's kind of like we always want to be red side if you're side selecting. It doesn't matter if your team gets like blue because again, if there's like a really strong pick that they want, you can easily just ban it out and then you'll be fine with whatever they have left because you already know that it's not going to be as strong as what you already banned. And with the exception of like maybe they have just 2 strong picks and you have to just ban one of them and you have to deal with the other. The other side is that you get 2 free picks because if they're going to try to secure what they already want, then it becomes like, yeah, you guys get 1, we get 2. And it doesn't matter what you ban because you have 2 people to pick.
Yeah, I would agree. I think around Europe as well, the consensus has been to take red side, with the exception of a few maps, like maybe like the Oni, maybe like Inkies, things like that, where you want to prior or Kyra style, at least in the previous patch, and just you can ban one and maybe get the other, or not ban and get the one you would prefer. But we are loading into the draft now. We've got bulk up team player as the starter awakenings, and it's a Rune ban coming out from Hot Tofu and a Imi ban from Working Pro. I think both of these bans make sense. You don't want Grim on the Rune on this map. I think rather scary to play into. And it seems like they're definitely targeting him as the Estelle is picked up. So both of his main two characters taken away. And I think for sure this Estelle is going to go onto wood here. I'm sure she's a big fan of the Estelle goalie, especially since the Amy is taken. One of the top aggressive goalies that she would want. But on the other side, I think it's very likely that this Kai could go onto Kitty Bagel as well. So could see a matchup of both goalies walking up, but we'll have to see.
And the Stell pickup, I mean, you already said it earlier, Stell Kai are kind of the two midfielders you want to be playing all of a sudden. And of course, already hot, or it's not hot Tofu, but Work and Prayer picking up the Julia as their next pick. So yeah, that's definitely going to be going on to Big Smoke Manager. The Julia Kai is something that you kind of want to be scared of. Because now it's like, what are you going to do if the Kai? I mean, it's bulk up team player. There really isn't much the Kai can do on offense other than maybe you just go ahead and you start taking team player, and you also have mom boots, so where you are in positions where you can easily put this core or like put your strike to where you can find a very like easily dimeable pass to someone, and it becomes a lot easier for you to work with. And now Atlas coming out on the other side. And with Hot's last pick, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Who do you think the brawler is going to be for this team if they have Atlas still?
I'm expecting an Asher pickup here. Could also be the X, but one of those. I think it's more likely to be the
Oh,
Asher. It's a Drake actually.
yeah, Drek.
Makes sense.
I mean,
Bastard
especially with how
bug
broken the
abusers.
character is. Ahem, ahem.
I think actually something really interesting happened in this hot tofu draft that I really like. I'm rather confident that when they picked this Estelle, it was at the very least a flex pick, but I think more likely they wanted to put it onto Wood here, and then they kind of pivoted, seeing the Julie and the Kai, and just wanted a solid matchup into it, and then chose to opt for the Atlas here. So I think that's very wise drafting coming out from Hot Tofu. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I like that they're opting for the flex pick in the Estelle. And I do think this defensive matchup is going to be quite nice. Now, on the other side, I think my guess is this is the Kai goalie here, and then Juno in the midfield, but it could be the other way around as well. You never really know with those two in the back line where the teams are going to go.
Definitely so. I think I mean, Juno again as kind of a midfielder. It's a bit weird, cause like what she got nerfed, but wait, I low-key have not read the patch notes, but she did get nerfed. I do remember that. But what does she get nerfed with?
I
Reading
believe
the patch
her
notes like right
her
now. Oh,
core
there we
speed.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah, she
her core
got
speed.
her. Yeah, okay, so her ult comes out faster. Her ult got buffed, but then her passive got like the blob strike core. It went from 1350 to 1117. So it's like, interesting.
Yeah, I haven't tested it personally, but I've heard that it's harder for sure to red core with her right now. But yeah, we'll have to see. I think it wasn't her only strength. It wasn't all that she could do. Definitely certain other aspects of her kit are very nice. I think maybe a bit unnecessary in this game. Like her survivability, I think was very strong. We'll have to see how Pigshot opts to play it. I think usually he's more of a cheese KO player than going for chip damage. Which Drek is kind of worse at right now with the ult being kind of shot in terms of how much knockback it does significantly less, but does more for a chip damage playstyle. So yeah, having the Juno in the midfield to survive that could be nice. Um, and yeah, it is the Kai on goalie, and both goalies picking up the team player, all the forwards picking up block up. I think that sounds about right. Midfield's on Mags, forwards on Slicks, nothing too out of the ordinary right here.
Definitely so. And already look at how Pigshot is moving across the map. I mean, that guy is scary, going very quickly, able to kind of take away any positioning that Kitty Biggle could have possibly had. And I mean, the thing already is like bulk up as an awakening. It's in a good spot but at the same time, it did get nerfed, and so did Peak. So the stagger is going to be a little bit more concerning when it comes to this, because what Peak got nerfed to, I think, like 200 speed per stagger, and then also bulk up scaling got destroyed. So like, I don't know, it's very, very weird. But going back to the game, at least Kitty Bagel not pretty low, but still taking a lot of shots from Pig Shot and trying to hunt that goalie down, as Kitty Bagel allowed to fly just for a little bit will be working up as he finally falls down, and the flip will just be good. 2 flips used, 1 to kill, 1 to score, as Hot Tofu still taking a very, very huge advantage coming into this game.
Yeah, and maybe, despite the nerfs, Kitty Bagel regretting not taking the bulk up here already, as Big Shot already finding a kill and still more damage being done onto this goalie here. Definitely, I'd say the easiest target on the team for them to kill. Estelle has a lot of range for it, and of course Drek can just walk up and hit those shotguns, and they don't have the Atlas in the net to hit the ult, which would look for another one there. Manager luckily did not commit his flip for it. But she is for sure locked in on the reses right now, so that's a good sign for Hot Tofu going in this.
Big Juno taking the arrow orb, and we'll be losing strike burst to Nitron, as now the core on the other side. Grim finally losing the size as Nitron trying to push around. Big Smoke Manager still a little bit because of how vulnerable he kind of looks right now. Flip for Wood will be stalled out as Grim and Big Smoke Manager both have flips ready to go. Core gets stalled out just a little bit as Kitty Bagel ends up lining up perfectly for Nitron's piercing shot, as the score doesn't even out, but it actually increases to 2-0 for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, well played, but on the other side, the energy economy is looking very strong for the side of Work and Prayer, and already Graham making great use of the flip. Wood not reacting in time to be able to save that one, a bit of a tall task, but what matters more is them being able to hold this barrier. But it's a great Atlas primary that comes out and actually breaks the barrier, so a bit of a disaster on the power play for the side of Work and Prayer, and now they are the ones in the disadvantage.
Abilities being used. Big Smoke Manager still has the flip to be used. Flip to Pig Shot will almost be good as Kitty Bagel ends up using their own flip on the defense, as now evadeless and kind of everything not on the side of Kitty Bagel, as even the out clear goes straight to Nitron, who puts it in. And of course, I think, well, Nitron, he scored 2 goals so far, maybe even 3 if I was counting right. I don't even remember, bro, but he's been scoring a lot is what I'm trying to say. And he gets rapid fire too. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely a reward here, but possibly the Kai on the other side is going to opt for this chrono boost, which, we saw Wood have it in the previous game, and it was certainly looking very strong. It is Manager picking up the fight or flight, not opting to deny the 1-2, maybe, with the consideration that it's not going to do red core, and possibly that's why Grim left it, which means that the Julie, despite being last pick, is left with the 1-2, and, with the recently buffed Juno ultimate, this extra special could come certainly in handy. So I'd say both teams have a very nice draft, and either team still in this game for sure.
Clear goes a little bit awry, bouncing off the Xeno little terrain at disadvantage for them already, as Nitro with a good save will put Pigshot be able to score a first barrier on the attempt. Now Wood and Nitro just have to connect with each other to try to get this core out. Kitty Bagel with a good Giga Blast, securing away the clear from the second bear that they're about to earn, as the Juno Slimes again looking very strong, I guess, putting it away. But the core ends up going all the way to the other side as Pigshot secures it with a shotgun blast of his own.
Yeah, I don't know, a bit of a miscoordination there from the side of Work and Prayer. Kitty Bagel was pushing aggressively on the top side, but the ball just got through Grim and they were heavily punished for it. Damage coming out onto both midfielders here, but Nitron definitely worse for wear, having no evades here, and is denied the orb by Manager, so he is liable to be chipped down more here, but everyone taking quite a bit of damage early on in this point.
Flip boat for Manager, and Grim on the chopping block, it looks like. Will he be getting hunted down? The core ends up taking Wood's second barrier, but Grim and not in a really, really healthy spot right now. He just has to walk up and will try to commit himself to the offense, though. Evade will be burnt as Kitty Bagel, the one filling in for Grim's shoes, as they ended up walking all the way back though. First barrier found and flip to be used as well as core ends up sliding all the way through Wood, and Wood has to use their own flip to secure away the clear as Pigshot in the driver's seat. He steps into the poison just for a little bit. Now he's not really in a healthy spot. Really, any tickle could take him out, but Grim still not in a really good spot. Not looking too healthy as the core ends up going right in overtime, trying to push the core forwards and try to secure the point of the back pass as well as the Juno Slime pushing it in. But the Jakar falls and Nitro is left to 1v3 on the offense. The core ends up sliding past Wood as Kitty Bagel scores the first point.
Yeah, nicely played with the Giga Blast there. It was looking tense for both teams, but eventually the crack formed when the kill was found, and that's what mattered most there. Manager looked for another one on Nitron there, but it seems like both teams are still just working their way through, but the damage is more of a win condition, it seems, than you might have expected going into this looking at both teams' drafts.
Flip burns on the core will go all the way to the other side where Grim is ready to pick it up, and Nitron still has control of the core, and of course the core being pushed away as Pigshot ends up winning the strike war versus Grim, but Grim has Flip raring to go, and on the defense now this could be a little bit of a problem as the flip is burnt, but Wood's still in the driver's seat, and Pigshot, we just shot it through Juliolds.
Yeah, nerf your call, man. I don't know, he gets it done. Very nicely played by him, and making use of so much slick kicks and flight or fight speed, I think. It was a very nice pickup, of course. It is heavily nerfed to its old 17-second days, but still certainly a nice awakening to have. And yeah, we're finally onto this bouncy map, which I don't believe we played last time, and I think this is an important one for either team to win because it often feels like whoever wins this map once just keeps winning it. So we'll have to see which team can get it done here.
Second barrier gone, and Pigshot ready to slaughter right in, but it isn't Pigshot, but instead it's Wood. Both goalies actually scoring 1 point for their team, and Wood securing the set and the MVP as well. So now, Orb Dancer, Monumentalist, even Inner Focus ready to be taken for Wood.
Yeah, Monu here, maybe the Inner Focus is available. Yeah, the Inner Focus, very nice on a melee goalie to have. And heavy impact, meaning more damage, more CDR for Nitron, and a nice deny out from this Juliet, who already has a nice knockback build, so it would be scary to get more. And I want to know this Berserker Awakening, because I think this thing is so strong right now. 80 power and 50 cooldown rate while you're staggered is just... it's a ridiculous amount, and yeah, Pigshot already been taking a lot of damage here, so if he gets low, he might just nuke someone off the planet.
Yeah, I think I remember playing with this Awakening, like literally yesterday, and the CDR when you're at health, I'm pretty sure you're at 16, I think. So that's just very scary. Grim taking the barrier and the goal ahead of their time, so good start for Work and Prayer. But I wanted to go back to the Berserker. I mean, holy smokes! Like you have 16 CDR at like half stacker. It's actually like pretty broken busted.
Yeah, I mean, he already has 18 right now, while being, you know, relatively healthy. Wood is the one to get the mid orb here. Very crucial to not let someone like the Juliet have it. As Manager still has flip, so still a scary spot for Hot Tofu to be in. But Manager gets it done with just strike walls actually. And now they're trying to push the issue. They do already have the first goal in the set, and securing the second one would be very nice for them to get their chances back into this game and in the series.
Flip burned both from the goalie and the brawler, but nothing is found, and DF Grim, with all the size in the world, will knock Pigshot off their high horse, and the jump as well coming in clutch. Grim and Big Smoke Manager trying to collapse onto the top side offense. The flip being burnt and the score being found. Big Smoke Manager brawler gets it done as Work and Prayer are trying to claw this back up from the depths of defeat.
Yeah, that's a big get in terms of a goal and getting the flip out of the enemy goalie. Of course, Nitron and Grim both still have theirs, so it's up to the midfielders a lot in this one to be able to make better use of the energy here. Grim maybe gonna look for another cheese kill, as we saw him find on the Juno already. But as for right now, it's just both teams trying to work their way up to breaking a barrier.
One flip burns for the first barrier already coming out, but the poison on the other side isn't looking too hot for Grim, who is getting a little bit hunted down. But look at Pig Shot go. Already 29 CDR, and unfortunately, there isn't really much to capitalize off of it as Big Soul Manager ends up putting it right through again to the bottom corner. As Grim again, I think this happened last time as well. Grim MVP of the set, and we'll have a lot to choose from. Peak performance, aerials, even tempo swing. But the draft, it looks very, very sad for both teams. I feel like, cause like, well, what can you take? You can take peak, or you can take aerials, and then what does the Atlas get? The Atlas gets like spark.
Yeah, is the aerials a couple speed awakenings being traded here, and then the Deadeye, I would say the most impactful awakening we see in this draft probably for this Estelle, who has a mean KO build right now. I mean, look at all the damage that Nitron will be able to do. I definitely think, despite being behind Grim in the draft, getting the better of it, which is a bit of an unfortunate spot for War compared to be in after finally winning that set. But that's a
Oh,
great kill found by Big Shot though. And Nitro not the only one who can do a lot of knockback with his build, it seems. And now it's just Hot Tofu's job to convert on this power play.
Berserker and Spark of Strength value. I feel like, cause what Pig Shot has 153 base power, and then pretty sure he was damaged before, and it was like I don't know, it was at like 12 CDR, so he had like 170 power hitting Kitty Bigla and with raw primer. That hurts like a truck.
Yeah, but the one who got hit with a truck there was Nitron, actually. Manages to get the orb though, but still 2 flips on the enemy forward side, and it's actually Grim winning that second barrier up with just the primary here, playing aggressively as well. Both of them lurking with flips. It's so scary for a goalie to deal with, but all the members of Hot Tofu here huddled in the corner trying to help out with the defense, so we'll have to see if they can get more miracle plays, as we did see them get on the defense, especially on that Aten game as well.
Damage being done onto Nitron yet again. Staggered he is. And one flip burn for Big 12 Manager puts them a little bit in a tough bind. At least 4, and now they have to end up trying to get a goal out of this situation. Grim still holding on to his flip as Big Shot works up the bottom corner. Bottom corner not really being found though as Big Manager again. Really on the chopping block. Flip burn for Kitty Bagel to keep the core away as overtime is on the guards. Big Sport Manager ends up almost capitalizing off of the DP of the out clear, but Grim still has the flip raring to go as the core is just going extremely fast. The team player value is being found as Grim still has the flip. But now Pigshot earns his flip too, so now anything can really happen. Flip burns and flip burn for the kill as well. DF Grim off the map, and also without any orb stacks, this could be a very, very tough game to try to come back from, especially if Kitty Bagel can't hold that second barrier. Second barrier gone now as wood, and the passing lanes just have to open up as the core ends up sliding right through as match point on the horizon for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, Pixel just did so much, I think, in that play. Found the kill, and also to find the goal, found the strike war onto the enemy brawler. Very well played from him. Does not have any energy to his name, though, now, so possibly Manager can look for an alt-dash punch kill, something to that effect. Looks for it, but it might be too little too late as the barriers are down, and so is the goal as Nitron, Pigshot, and Wood get it done in 2. And Hot Tofu moving up in the standings once again. Work and prayer dropping. Despite a valiant effort, Hot Tofu certainly looked to be the better team in that series.
Unable to pray as the soon Dubu Tofu ends up burning the hands, the palms, as Hot Tofu take it up 2-0 victory. And for the most part, it looked like a very, very clean game for Hot Tofu. Not once did it feel like they were kind of out of the game at all. And it was kind of just only an uphill battle for Work and Prayer.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, it didn't help for sure that in that final draft, the one where they finally win the set and the Awakenings just weren't exactly what you would want them to be in terms of a power spike. But of course, what matters most is who played best. And that was Hot Tofu here today. So nicely played from them. I think we're going to throw this one to a break. But we will be back soon with the first EUSL game very shortly. So don't go anywhere too quickly, as we will be back soon with VAS versus Wildcards.
I can intro. And hello, guys. Welcome to now EUSL season 4, week 7. Same guy I'm casting with, the noob. But now we're on. We have a different pair of maps that we're going to be playing out this time around. First is Taiko Temple, and of course we are going Card versus Voss, and Card burning out the rune, and Voss banning out the allies, and Octavia as our first pick. Very, very scary Octavia pick, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think if there was anyone in EUSL who's gonna pick it, it's probably Lucas. In last patch, when I think it didn't feel too great, he was playing it on Oni Village sometimes. So especially on a Chrono Boost start here, definitely something you should be wary of. But I'm sure Vas on the other side are gonna look to play some damage into this. So yeah, they're picking the Zen, they're picking the Vice, and run Octavia run because this might be a rather scary matchup. I mean, the Atlas already denied, which means that if they do want to give her some survivability help, they'll have to pick maybe now goalie, but I don't know if that's really aligned with what they want to do. So it's a tricky spot, I think, for the side of wildcards to be in, knowing they're going to have to play into so much damage. It's certainly something they'll have to consider for their next couple picks.
Definitely so, and maybe even more of a nerf for Voss. I mean, especially with the Octi pick. We might have a little bit of an issue. Scream Elves kind of getting cooked by not being at his PC. No setup for him means that he's gonna be playing on a little bit of a tough spot. And of course, Octavia and Kai going their way is not. It's going to be a very, very heavy speed start. Even the X as well coming in, as Ataro Vice have left one to choose coming into this matchup, and the Finny being taken. So we're going to go full damage comp against two speedsters and one very, very non-scary X coming into this. And I've already the X. The scaling could possibly come into clutch here, but Voss will just have to try to hold out and try to win 2 sets of the route to make sure that the scaling doesn't end up winning everything in the end.
Yeah, I think just in terms of awakenings at the beginning of this game, the side of wildcards having the chrono boost, the move speed to be able to run away from all this damage, maybe in the initial sets they'll be able to live, but being wise for them in the awakening draft will certainly be impactful in this one. They definitely don't want the side of us to get out of control with the awakenings, which certainly could happen with everything that's on the cards with the stagger awakening nerfs. So yeah, I mean, definitely a battle of concepts on this one. Yeah, I mean, good luck to Wildcards Living, and also good luck to their substitute Lego piece who is filling in for Ivy today. So, of course, he is an USA player, he can get it done, but I'm sure they would want to have their main roster playing into one of the top teams in EUSL, but still, both of these teams have chances going into this, and we'll have to see how they can get it done.
Already very scary things coming out. And of course, obviously, I mean, Hotshot Chrono Boost, though, interesting enough. And of course, on the other side, I was going to talk about Voss's picks. Vice being a bit of a scary option coming into this, because again, her stun got buffed, and then also, like, with Chrono Boost, I mean, if they do end up taking Chrono Boost, it's like, oh no, now my stun's going to last forever, and of course, that can stall out Oxy a lot. Especially even the Kai, if you really want to think about it. Like, Kai Octi, if they end up getting hit, like, once by secondary, it's like, oh no, what am I going to do? Because, like, in the end, you're just going to be stunned out. And, like, it's kind of like Dubu Law. Well, it's kind of like Dubu Roll, right? Like, Dubu Roll CTL. It's like, what can you possibly do?
Yeah, the stuns and slows definitely very impactful. I think, arguably irreplaceable in a damage comp, the ability to deny movement from the enemy. And especially with that Finny as well, who is just looking like she does a lot of damage now, especially with, the big finish, just damage, scaling, all of the above being increased as well. Going to be rough to play into, but right now, it's actually Alves taking a bit of damage first, and Lego Piece opting for the Van Brace and siphoning Wand onto Alves, so, we can definitely see both teams recognizing that damage is going to be a big win condition in this game.
Already coming in clutch, both teams taking a barrier off of each other as Lucas again looking very strong on the Octavia. The speed isn't really working on his favor. Those Scream Elves getting the second barrier as well as Venom Yami with the back passes trying to keep Lucas away from all the speed coming in as the kill once found and once finished off as Venom Yami Supernova ends up claiming the life and also taking the goal for himself.
Yeah, a bit of a, I don't know, Nero seemed to get stuck on the middle a bit there. Maybe was watching the ball a little too much. But yeah, the damage just ended up overwhelming this Octavia. Lucas gonna need to be gliding very well. But right now, they do have a ton of offense here. They have the Octavia with secondary speed. They have both barriers down. So it's a complete reversal of the previous point as full HP still remains for this Octavia. And just one good offense here into this open net could get it done.
And Lucas almost taking the barrier, but Alex is still on his toes, Lego piece, and being able to get a lot of damage coming in and will be KO'd as, again, Screamout's not really on the driver's seat. He's the one trying to do something done, and of course Lucas is going to be taking a lot of damage coming into this, even committing the ult, but they still have their secondary up for grabs as the core ends up sliding right past as Alex scores.
Yeah, it looks like right now, like Nero and Lucas are trying to trust each other a lot and both walk up on opposing sides, but it's very scary for one person to get the ball through one lane in this game. Just because, you know, if you want to get the ball up, you're going to have to take a lot of damage, but it's actually a double barrier and a goal found within 5 seconds there, so disaster on the back half of Wildcards here. And it is Alex with the first pick here on the Mum Boots Hotshot Finny. Rewarded maybe with the missile prop here. Possibly going to want to deny one of these Stagger Awakenings so that the Vice can deny the other one. We'll have to see what their idea is going into this. I'll go for Adrenaline. Wow.
Yeah, going Adrenaline Rush, wanting to keep Stagger up. And of course the deny coming in from Venom Yami. Reptile Remedy being taken away. But instead, Bulk Up being taken. Potentially still going to be stealing on Stagger. But still, what a draft by Voss. I mean, what a draft. I mean, I can't even, like, put into words. What a draft, bro. That's crazy. Even the Spark, the scaling options being denied from the X. I think this is a perfect draft from them, actually. This is insane.
I think it's a very good draft for them, but I do think, you know, the Octavia getting the bulk up is still very nice, and the healing more that Lego Piece will have with the Stinger and just more damage. And it's actually Nero seeming to be the new target of damage. Is on the EB Chrono Boost Kai, of course, so has a lot of movement to be able to live, but just taking a few too many hits still. So still not quite regenning from this, trying to go down for the orb, but Barrier still is in danger, and so is himself. But they are mounting an offense here, and maybe they'll be able to break this barrier before Nero's life is taken.
And Nero and Venom Yami on the chopping block as both brawlers hunt the staggered away, and Lucas going to be setting up the X for the score. And of course, as long as they keep one person off the defense, they're going to be able to find that 2v1 very easily. As, again, Wildcards is trying to put on a show right now.
Yeah, and that was perfectly played, corner offense there. I mean, especially, you know, for someone who's not an EUSL player, Lego Piece was just recognizing his role so well there, I must say. Just knowing, I've got to sit on the out clear as much as I might want to go in the corner. If I sit there, the Octavia will get it for me, and I will score the goal, as he does once more. So yeah, very nice offensive structure here already for the side of Wildcards, getting them into 2-0 in the second set already.
Complete turnaround, and it looks like they just aren't dealing enough damage. I mean, Lego Piece will be shot off the map, but Alex doesn't get a proc of it, and even their own barrier take, trying to get the offense going, isn't seem to be working for it. Now it's the kill, finally found 2 kills for themselves as Nero will flip, and Alex will have the proc as well. 1 barrier gone, 2 barriers gone, as the power play still ongoing as Venom Yami will set up Scream Owls for the score.
Yeah, and that just came off the back of the kill on Lego PC. Definitely has to play his life very well. Maybe save some cooldowns for healing on this fan base, because once he goes, all the damage and pressure can go into one corner where the little Octavia and Kai with their low HP bars and no healing will just be standing. But as of right now, his ult is coming out, so he's not going to die anytime soon. It's actually Venom taking a lot of damage pressure. The ball is rotated to him topside. Nice Giga redirects it, but still, it's all the damage doing so much, pressuring Lucas off the ball, and Vass. It results in them getting the barrier and possibly the goal.
Beautiful KO and the setup on the offensive side as well. Card coming in, the passes all working together. The core even gets stalled by Extremos, and that was their chance. Though they missed it, they missed 2 chances to score, and that allows Lucas to come back online. And now Alex not in a really good spot. He's being pressured by the Octi speed, as now the core will slide right past as Lucas is unable to catch the rebound.
Yeah, Lucas, unfortunately, I mean, possibly it was possible for him to strike into that Finny card if Alex didn't have the hot shot. But the speed just meant he wasn't able to catch up to the ball afterwards. And, you know, despite the misplays on the offense for Vass, they still got through it with Alex holding it down in the 1v2 situation in that reverse power play still.
Limford and Lego Piece looking too worse for wear. He will get the speed back with the Vampires, and the McDouble is found too, as now Screamhouse not looking in a good spot. He will find the kill, but can Lucas and Nero score before the timer runs out? And hopefully they can, because as long as Voss are in the driver's seat with the core, they have really anything they can play into as Lego Piece comes back online. The speed from Lucas is gone. The corner setup trying to be found as Screamhouse trying to dash into the play as Lego Piece pushing back up to the brawler position. And of course, the core being rotated around very, very effortlessly means that they aren't able to connect on any of the passing attempts, as Lego Piece trying to find an opening just can't seem to do so.
Yeah, and great Giga Blast, wow, I don't know if that was planned by Nero, but it's a perfect timer from the Giga Blast into the hands of Lego Piece, and yeah, that's a set, and the MVP to Octavia, and I think that's just a FOF pick instantly. I mean, if there was ever an Octavia Awakening, that's one of them. On the other side, though, options here for Finny, possibly the Inner Focus as someone who's probably not going to die in this game. Maybe the Timeless or the Fire Up, something like that. Yeah, is the Inner, and then a bit of damage and size over to the Zen here. Leaving the Kai with Fire Up. Possibly just didn't want to take the Among Titans, as he's taking a lot of strike walls, a bit scary. It is Vice who picks that up, and Berserker, a big awakening. I mean, Berserker on a Vambrace X just sounds so ridiculous, does it not? Do so much damage, infinite healing. I mean, it's true to the name for certain.
Definitely so, and already the kill being found on to Screamhouse doesn't spill very much trouble for the other side, as Lucas just trying to cut the ball around, and Nero passing it to Lego Piece. Doesn't even need to get the pass down as he scores himself. And of course, the KO damage, well, the KO potential is very real for both sides, especially with Foff now on the Octavia. I mean, the kill confirm becomes a little bit harder to evade now that Octavia just has the amount of speed ready to go. And of course, one barrier found, and of course, Screamhouse just trying to put it away very, very quickly. First barrier on the bottom side being found as the corner of the long corner being found as well. Venom Yami in a very difficult spot, but he will win a lot of the strike wars, but he will pay for it with his life, as now Screamhouse not a very, very livable spot, and Alex left to defend against the big fat X in the corner. Top corner not really looking too well as he wins the strike war, as Lucas tries to back up and will get flip off of the orbs.
Yeah, I mean, the damage factor is basically, as I think any team that plays damage at a high level knows, that the biggest ingredient to damage is just being able to put the ball in one spot where the enemies have to either take damage or lose the core control, lose important things like barriers or goals. And KO is being traded here, but basically if the Octavia is perma keeping the ball in a spot where the X can just dump all these cooldowns onto the enemies, you know, the Zen doesn't have a lot of HP. They can do a lot of damage here and cause a lot of problems, despite not looking like a damage comp in the same vein as this Zen Vice Finny, of course.
And already coming in, as Alex has No evade left, and Venom Yami still has to burn his evade as the core goes all the way back to Lego Piece. This could spell trouble already, as now somehow some of the core just doesn't go in, and Wildcards, they have all the momentum. The core going all the way wide, and Lucas not really looking too worse for this world. The evade is good, but can they find the kill onto the seemingly low Octavia? As the core bounces all the way around overtime, still kicking in. Nero pushing his way in, and Lego Piece finding it right with the strike. Is that even a strike?
No, that was the Finny card coming backwards. That was a Finny moment right there,
No.
unfortunately. Possibly the hot shot just catching Alex off guard as well. But yeah, I mean, Wildcard's just taking this point by storm, but taken by storm is actually Lego Piece. And once again, we're in the spot where the ball is in the corner, and the Octavia and the Kai are going to just take so much damage here by nature of what's happening on Stagger Temple and all these AoE abilities coming out. But they survived long enough with their barrier, where their X is going to be able to maybe make a heroic play to keep them in this point, because Lucas probably isn't going to be the one alive to help them out. And
Definitely so. And oh, my bad. That is on me. Yo, I'm like too immersed in the play. I wasn't really paying attention, but oh my god. I mean, I was just thinking about how this team is doing so well in terms of the team. Like you already, like, we were talking about it earlier with the stagger problem. But the thing is, they're still finding a lot of value with the speed. And of course, if they're able to defend a lot of these abilities, it becomes a lot harder. And there we go. The special coming in for Venom Yami, kicking away for the meanwhile, as the core again still ends up being very, very far away from the play, as Lego Piece is trying to earn the stagger back from damage. And of course, he's doing a very good job keeping himself alive. And not really a lot have we seen him get knocked off the map, and it looks like Alex is next on the chopping block as well, especially as the Finny just tried to play extremely aggressive, trying to keep Lego Piece away from the flip, as the flip from God will have to be burned. And what a great angle from Screamos to keep the play alive and earn a barrier for their troubles, as now Balls not really on the driver's seat, will be next on the chopping block too.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And Alex
Oh!
just manages to live and recover, and Lucas cannot say the same. Lego Piece with some nice plays to dribble the ball out, and Nero, of course, does still have the flip, but still taking a lot of damage to where it might actually just be forced out of him in this defensive situation. And that it is. Lucas is back on the field, though, probably has all of his cooldowns, and it's actually Nero finding the kill, and now finding the ball on the aggressive side, so that maybe Lego Piece and Lucas can combine to get this barrier and get this goal.
The goal is looking very clean as the core goes all the way, wraps around, and the Octavia is red coring in overtime. So it's not really a very good sign. As long as Octavia can get the speed going and find the passing lanes, it could be doable, as Nero sends it to the top side. The hotshot Finny trying to find any way to escape, but there is nothing to be found as the collapse is imminent. As Wildcards actually taking away another set and earning themselves on set point. Nero, the MVP, is going to have a lot to take from. Team player, Explo, and Glass Clown on all available options.
Yeah, I mean, I think this guy is just going to want to take the rapid fire. His greed sickens me. It's looking like the X is going to not let this Vice get heavy impact. But the Finny here, I think, probably should take the 1-2. It's just very nice for her to have in terms of damage. I think Lucas going to go with the X flow, of course. A nice deny. And maybe the Zen goes the 1-2, the Finny goes the Glass. Okay, Zen going the tempo swing, actually. I'm uncertain about that. I guess he wants more healing because he's been dying a lot, but I think Vice maybe doesn't find too much value from 1-2. But still, you know, everyone getting something quite strong, I would say. And I mean, looking like so much damage already. Lucas does live for now, and I think that bounce won't kill him, which means he's still in this play. Goalie Orb is still up for him if he wants to run back and get it. And not a terrible spot here still for the side of Wildcards if Lucas is able to recover over time here.
Already so, Lucas pushing the core up, and one other second barrier for his troubles as well, as now all of a sudden the Octavia is setting the X up almost perfectly, as Wildcards are on a streak, taking set after point after point, and putting Voss in a very, very losable spot.
Yeah, I gotta say, my unsung hero, despite being the lowest level in the lobby, is Lego Piece. He's just recognizing what his job is so well. He knows I'm gonna stay on the outclair, I'm gonna be so disciplined here, and just rely on my team and trust them to get me the ball, and keep myself alive, make sure I'm doing enough damage to be threatening, and he's just doing his job so well. As a sub, it can be daunting to come into a EUSL and play this well, but of course, they've still got to get these final 2 points if they want to win this game. But moving on to it with great brisk pace as they do find that second barrier here, and looking to find the goal as well.
Lion trying to be ferociously held as Lego Piece again, still putting on the pressure, and so much damage is being brought onto either side, as now it seems like Voss, the ones that tried to do the damage, aren't doing any damage at all, and now, of course, the core is imminent to fall in the opponent's net. Ball is taking a lot of the damage here, trying to just evade, and of course he's able to do so with the amount of speed, but the core ends up finding the second barrier, as well as now overtime still on the cards, and Ball is still trying to find any advantage to himself. He gets the orb, as well as now everyone on the side of Wildcards. They are pushing this core forward with insane amount of speed and agility too, as the core bounces all the way around. Venom Yami still trying to take a brunt of the damage, and look how low he is. There really isn't too much for this word, as the Supernova comes out and won't find any value.
Yeah, I mean, Nira, I think, is making great use of this rapid fire, showing why he picked it, over denying, one of his defensive awakenings. But that's a kill found by the vice secondary there, and big chance here for Voss to get this first goal for them in the set. Lucas low, and actually his speed runs out, which means he's liable to take more damage, but it's actually Nero, unfortunately, striking in a way that Alice was able to reach. And, that was a long and chaotic point in overtime for a while, but it was Voss who got the better of Cards in that point.
The Cards trying to enforce their victory, and they only have 2 points left to fight for, as Ox pushing up on the top side, not letting the X really stand any closer as he gets knocked around. If that drum wasn't there, he would have easily died, as now he's taking a lot of damage being brought onto him. And can they find the KO? They can, as now Axe back in the driver's seat, walking up very, very fast, trying to utilize all the speed he can possibly muster for this offense. Venom Yami protecting the outclear, and we'll find the second barrier too, as now Nero taking a lot of damage. He will fall anytime soon. The Tickle of Sneeze can really do everything in this moment, as well as Lucas almost trying to push the core right back into the corner, as two flips are burnt. The miscommunication very, very dire, as now again the Supernova coming out will set the core all the way around, as now Screamos just tries to find the 1v2 to secure the point for himself, but he keeps walking back. The walk back is so imminent, and of course you just have to have all three members securing the goal, as Venom Yami strikes it from afar and sends it to set point for them.
Yeah, and on that one, I mean, Wildcards initially got into the disadvantage after Lego Piece was killed, and we've seen throughout this that this new change, 75% healing on players, has been doing so much. But once he runs out of cooldowns, we're seeing, the 5% on core, especially with how he's playing to cover the outclear, where he's probably going to end up with the least redirects in the game by far. It means he's not getting much healing from the core, but in that point, it doesn't matter. Just a complete roll on the enemy team by the side of Wildcards here. And yeah, I mean, not much Alex can do in some of these defensive spots, as Finny, definitely a character that relies on the ball being forward a lot of the time to be able to spam cooldowns onto the enemies. So yeah, the game plan of Voss, they just need to find this damage in the corner in spots as they are in right now, basically.
Of course, the cohort for the team trying to push the objective is not looking too good right now. Lucas earns the first barrier, and Lego Piece again looking very, very low. They're trying to abuse the member of the non-EUSL party, the Proletariat, trying to push the wins, as now the core is still a little bit still stranded for the most part, as now Lucas trying to find really anything, as he is a little bit staggered, as Nero whooshing up in his advantage. Now the X taking full advantage of the situation. This could be the end of the match very, very closely, as every interaction just has to be played with perfect conditions, as Lego Piece trying to push the agenda, trying to push the core into the net as he tries to set up, isn't found, as now Nero loses his second barrier too. A missed strike could be all it takes. The flip is good and will clear it out of the supernova as the core goes wide as Lucas secures it home and brings it in.
Wow, I mean, so well played by Wildcards to get it done versus Bass, who are 5-1 with a sub. I mean, this is only the first game, but as I said already, I love what I was seeing out of Lego Piece there. And of course, this backline of Wildcards who are used to playing with each other were playing so well around each other, being considerate of the damage that both of them were for sure taking, but also making great use of the Octavia secondary, making sure Lucas always had it up, because that's the lifeline of the Octavia in this game. The chrono boost, explosive entrance speed, as well as the fight or flight means she's unhittable, but it's not skillless, you know. They need to play well so that Lucas is able to retain that amount of move speed, because the Octavia with slick kicks with no move speed is definitely an easy target. But yeah, let's see if they're able to repeat that success. Moving on to the next game on Amy's app.
Even the amount of kills, 13 versus 4, and it just seemed like after every KO, wildcards were making the most out of it. Even though there's so many KOs coming on to the other side, it just seemed like the amount of KOs that they had didn't really exactly translate to the amount of success they had on the offense. So congratulations to them for winning what kind of, on paper, that draft, or at least like the character draft, looks so very rough for them. Like either they're going to win off of speed, or they just completely get blown up over and over again. And they did get blown up over and over again. It's just that they played the survival game a lot better than most would expect on Naimi's app, which is Voss's pick. I mean, keep in mind, Psycho Temple was Wildcards' pick. So, of course, if it didn't go in Voss's favor, it was going to be okay, because Voss now has a chance to redeem themselves on the Naimi's app.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the adaptation for Vas will be going into this. My prediction will be Alex is going to say, I don't want to be on this mum boots gear anymore. Get me on the eject button. He's going to say, get me on Vice, Juno, Amy, basically. Maybe Kai as well. And try and get himself more involved in the offense here. And possibly, I mean, of course, this is a chrono boost start, so a bit of an exceptional situation where the move speed and the haste was certainly stronger initially. But possibly they're going to opt to ban out some of these haste midfielders from Lucas, who, you know, those are his kind of favorite picks here. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it's certainly on Vast so far to be able to adapt and change, because I think App fundamentally is not too dissimilar to the way App plays. So, you know, even though this Tycho game was the decided wildcards, it's not like, you know, we're going from DD to Inkies. You know, it's not such extremely different maps. So we'll have to see how Vast are able to adapt to the new situation.
Yeah, Voss are still going to look very scary on the front of damage, so hopefully Car can still end up outliving themselves, but unfortunately, I mean again, even with the speed, it just seemed like they weren't really able to last for long as the coronation of damage came to fruition. So, I mean, at this point at least, I mean, there's more than one kill. There's more than one kill zone for the side of Voss, because again, I mean, technically you can get the Taiko Temp, like the middle drum, as kind of a kill zone, because like you have to stay away for him if you're pretty low. But this is a more direct kill option, so that little bit of time can easily be exploited. As we get into the draft now, Rune being banned 4 card as the first sire, and Boca Monumentalist on the side. So again, a lot of damage could possibly be thrown out very, very quickly.
I think wildcards are gonna first pick Drek. That is my prediction. I think that's why. Oh, they go Julie.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, Julie's definitely solid on this. I'm curious. I know basically wildcards and a lot of teams, especially recently, are you know, they're kind of like, well, I mean, just dodge hook basically. But Vast may be one of the teams that are gonna say we want to pick Rasmus still. So curious how that's gonna roll out. I think that Alv's not really a Drek player, which is maybe factoring into the decision of cards to let it through, but maybe I'm proven wrong there, as it is picked up for the side of Vas. Could be onto the goalie of Kai, maybe. Could be on the midfield as well. We'll have to see, of course. Could be the brawler. But what they will back it up with remains to be seen. Like I said, I'm expecting Alex to be on something more aggressive than the Finny in this game as one of their adaptations. Um, but it's actually the now midfield pickup for Venom Yami with the Monumentalist. Not super surprising, I think. Still a threatening pick, especially in a map where the game often revolves around playing through strike wall interactions in closed choke points.
Even especially on this map too. Technically, if you really want to think about it, the midfield is the big joke point, and if you want to succeed on this map, you have to outplay the midfield, especially in almost every scenario. And of course, the Estelle pickup for the midfield will not make it any easier. In fact, because again, the amount of the amount of damage plus, or at least like last patch, the amount of damage on Estelle was kind of insane. But yeah, at least you have now this time try to back it up. The Kai going away also secures it, as now Juliet Estelle Kai for a card. And what will Voss pick as their last pick? Because of course you said Venom Yami is going to be playing this now. So what will Alex be going in this? Because of course you have to kind of factor in how Juliet and Estelle are both going to work. They're going to have a lot of this punch it in, just go ahead and score right in. And also going to have some of the outcry potential coming in as the clock, the time runs down, and there we go, the Rasmus pickup actually. So, what do you think? What do you think could possibly happen in this draft? Do you still think that it's Venom Yami now?
I 100% think it's Venom on now. I think it's either Alex on Drek or Alex on Rasmus, basically. Yeah, I don't know. I would be very surprised if it's not Venom on the now. But yeah, it remains to be seen where these other characters are going. My prediction is that it's Alex on Drek here, which I'm honestly surprised by because I felt like in that previous game they were sometimes lacking on the offensive production in open nets, which maybe Alex on an aggressive pick could help solve. But it seems like they've kind of gone the other way and decided to maybe put him on something more defensive. I'm also curious about where the Estelle and the Kai are going because personally I think Estelle as a goalie is I mean, one of the best goalies on this map. And Lucas definitely a player who likes the Kai midfield. Now, of course, Nero did just play the Kai, so it could be going to him. But I wouldn't be too surprised if, the back lines of either of these teams were kind of funky and what we might not have expected going into this draft.
Yeah, even with bulk up Monumentalist, it just seems like Kai will be going to Nero and Estelle will be picked up by Lucas. And on the other side, pretty much, I think you're pretty much spot on. I think Scream Owls might be playing the Jakar here. And Alex going to be on the Rasmus, and there we go. Looks like to be the Charm and Venom Yami on the now. And look how both teams are kind of playing their draft, it seems like, because what? Alex now has the Mom Boots, and it will have a lot of that speedy options when it comes to Rasmus, and also will be able to catch really anyone off guard if they stand too close to where they shouldn't be standing.
Yeah, I mean, personally, myself, I'm a big believer that you should just slam the pauldrons if you're playing Rasmus. But possibly this bulk up has influenced Alex's decision to where he says, well, I've basically got pauldrons if I pick bulk up here, and I want to have the move speed to be able to cover everything. We'll see how well that decision plays out for them. But so far, I mean, it's working out on the offense here. It's a very hard comp, I think, for Estelle to play into on this map. Of course, Nero and Lucas very good at back passes, which means, they can play the ball around the opponents. But in terms of going through them, now Drek is not a comp that you want to try that versus. So, yeah, I think Card are going to have to play this one very wisely in the back line to be able to move the ball forward whatsoever.
And the winning interactions from both Lucas, well, not from Lucas, but both Scream Owls and Venom Yami seems to hold true, and Lego Piece got caught with the Rasmus goalie special of getting hooked at the wrong time at the wrong place anywhere, but two flips being burnt. But can they find the KO onto Lucas? He can't seem to do so as Scream Owls just trying to put the pressure onto him, as Venom Yami again looking a little bit worse for whereas the heel has to come into clutch. And finally kill being found, extending the power play just for a little bit longer, as Ox still walking up very, very far the core in the way. The flip being burnt and the goal being found as Scream Mouse capitalizes and sent it to the top side.
Yeah, I don't know. As I said, I think Estelle's really strong as a goalie on this map. I'm honestly thinking that they should have just put the Estelle in the back line because the Estelle here just has no tools to be able to win interactions versus the Now here. And they're just going to keep playing it through the Now. And even if the ball manages to get up there to Lego Piece, he still has to get it through Alex, who has a lot of disruptive tools. So this game already, I mean, it's just the first set and not even it's won yet, but it's already, I think, looking rather scary for the side of Wildcards to be able to get themselves into this game.
Wildcards not in. Wildcards putting in a lot of the work, and it doesn't seem to be reciprocated. The KO being found again onto the flip now of Lego Piece. The damage before doesn't seem like it's going to be working out anymore. As again, Scream Alp's putting it in, and of course, looking like a very, very interesting start is now with the MVP. There's a lot to take here. Fight or flight, heavy impact, Stinger even on the board.
Yeah, although I mean, once again, I mean, after this heavy impact goes, the Kai could deny the Explode, but yeah, it takes the Explode, but means now it's going to get Foff, and still just so much faster than this Estelle is going to be, who picks up the Deadeye here, and Fire Up going over to Alex. I believe Nero had it in the last game, so goalie's trading it, and Lego Piece picking up the Omega Infused, which is interesting. It means that he's actually going to get less kill range. Because he's reducing the stagger gain, the stagger power trade with his bulk up, but possibly he feels that he needs more move speed to be able to dodge these hooks that Lucas is actually hit by.
Yeah, dodging hook might be a little bit too hard, as kind of the react time just isn't there for the most part, as now on the chopping block is the other team, as now Lucas coming back online, but not before the goal barrier is found, as course still is being saved away from Nero, and Nero is playing these interactions pretty frequently, and finally there's a kill, but the kill is completely retracted. 2v2 on either side now. Pretty nice square coming in clutch now, as obviously the core just has to be stalled, and there's really nothing anyone can do at the very moment in time, as now Lucas pushing up and trying to get something done, but it just can't seem to be done quite yet. The core is still not really finding any of the other side, as Venom's firstborn his own flip, and the KO almost found onto Lego Piece. If just a second earlier, well, a fraction of a second earlier, it caught onto Alex, he would have been dead. Once again, the power play would have been ongoing.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's many struggles here in this game for wildcards, but one of them probably is that someone just has to take charge and start calming this hook cooldown, but it wasn't the hook that got it done, it was the simple Drek shotgun there. But yeah, I mean, they're just dying too much to this hook, and also already struggling to get the ball through this comp that has so many strike war tools. So lots of adaptation needed, I think, for wildcards to be able to even score their first goal in this game.
Definitely so, and already coming into play, the damage still being brought on as heavily as it was before. The flip being burnt onto Nero, onto the offense. The flip return from Alex, trying to push the agenda forwards, as Lucas still on the chopping block. Not really long for this one. The flip being burnt as well, but now he has no evade to really work with in this moment, as now the damage being brought to Venom Yami, as well as the core still flying around very quickly, as somehow the barrier of Wildcard just hasn't been taken yet. The damage still being brought onto the pressure. The KO found, but the strike's still good to clear the core away from the flip, as now the offense from the top corner is being brought into effect. Lego Piece and Nero still defending it as the core goes all the way around, and the passes just have to connect here. Balls coming back online as the punch just isn't good. No damage. Well, damage being dealt, but no kill to be found in return as the core goes red once again in the overtime mark. Nero and Lego Piece pushing the agenda. The flip has to be burned for better Yami, but he gets outsmarted!
Wow, so well played there by Lego Piece. And that's the first point that wildcards have scored, and their defense was looking so solid with Nero in the backline. Even after Lucas was killed due to the stagger there, he still has no evade, so in a rough spot, but I did see Alves use all of his cooldowns onto him in that last point, but it's actually Alves who was killed by a combo of the Estelle beam and the Juliet abilities, but the Monu now getting it around Lucas. Still though, a nice angle for wildcards means that their barrier does not drop, but also importantly, importantly, the side of Vasta's barrier has not dropped just yet, and Lego Piece is taking a lot of damage. Gonna want to use this flip soon, I think.
The flip being found in KO in return. 2v3 power play once again. The back pass, stalling the core out for just a while longer for the Julia to come back into arms. Free Trade Yami pushing the agenda, trying to push the core into the bottom corner. Will be found. The flip is a little bit too late for the moment as the DP comes out from the Juliet and the Giga Blast 2 on the card, trying to take the core with him. As now somehow, some way, Lego Piece dribbling around the flip again, being denied, and the kill found. The piercing shot scoring Alex into his own net, as well as the core pushed in as Wildcards take a commanding 2-1 lead in the set.
I mean, is Lego Piece in Venom's head? Can we have that conversation? There's 2 flips back to back, and he's just got them shut down. Found a nice pass to Lucas, who just was able to get the kill probably with the Deadeye. But speaking of kills, one is found by Alves onto Lego Piece, and this seems like a disaster here. No cooldowns left, and Venom, as you said, with a great pass to the middle, means that it's 2-2, and I mean, Wildcards have to use everything in their toolbox to get this one done, because otherwise this game seems out of their grip, I think.
The grip a little bit too strong as the flip again, being burnt from Lucas, trying to push the core forward and the agenda once again as Nero and Scream House trying to push away the core from Nero, who ends up securing the goal, or securing the goal, not the top barrier, as now Nero and Lucas trying to connect together on this offense with nothing really to fight for left, as now the KO again being found. Venom Yami falling this time as Alex does save it away, but how long can he stand? The other side, reverse power play is good for them, as again Lego Speed has the speed in order to keep the core from going in, as now Venom Yami back online, able to help on the defense, looking very, very clean from him as he's back online. And the flip not committed into the kill, but will be held for the goal opportunity. As the kill again being found. Venom Yami has died twice in a single point to Lego Piece, and Lego Piece is just taking over the stage.
I mean, Lego Piece is the sub in this game, but he's making the Venom the sub in this game, if you know what I mean, okay? Like, I don't know, that goal was all Lego Piece, so well played, and is rewarded with the spark pickup he wants here. I think this is still for sure gonna deny the missile prop here away from Drakkar, as the hot shot was denied from him. Oh, he doesn't take it? Really? I mean, that's a... I don't know about that one. That's a risky choice, I think, from Lucas. But still, he gets the other spark in the glass cannon, a very nice pickup by this Kai here. But the missile prop, the hot shot, both of them rather scary awakenings for the enemy team to have. And the side of Wildcards have scaling awakenings, but if they just lose, I mean, they can't scale. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, this Drakkar is looking very scary. Once he gets going, the missile prop won't be very good, but can they hold on? I mean, especially if they're choosing to not take missile prop, they must have some sort of plan in mind, and if Sparks is the key, Sparks could beat the winner and decider as the core slips through the bottom side of the back and will find another kill, as this time Nero the one pushing very far up, as somehow the goal just isn't scored quite yet. Somehow the conversion isn't good, but Venom Yami ends up securing it anyways to put Boss back in the driver's seat, and the kill potential is still very much there from them.
Yeah, can't get too confident on the side of Wildcards after that one. Still, the hook threat of Alex is ever present. But, you know, that one, I think it's not indicative of how this whole set will go. I think if they manage to focus up and not die to these cheese kills, which they were, but maybe I caused a little bit of a curse there, as Lucas losing his flip and his life means that Owls is able to find the goal as well, and this is a swift 2-0 in this third set here for Voss.
Definitely so, and not really much to be found for Voss right now as they get the clear out to the top side, as now somehow they're still kind of fighting to retain possession here, as Venom Yami again dies. The Lego piece, the DP is apparently too strong for most players, as somehow the flip on the other side actually ends up getting Nero's life out of the way, as now Alex and God are back securing anything they probably can to try to get their faith away, as now Nero coming back online trying to secure the point that they so desperately need to keep themselves floating alive. As now somehow Venom Yami and Screamos are looking to get the KO found again onto Lucas. Isn't looking too good as the punch isn't found onto Screamos, and of course Nero still playing very aggressive, trying to keep the core from coming into his net by just playing extremely aggressive and helping LegoP secure the bottom side as Lucas comes back online, but he might not be soon for this round anyways as he's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, definitely saw the Drek ult knockback nerfs there.
Oh
But
no!
Drek shotgun not nerfed enough, it seems, as it gets its way through Nero. Possibly wasn't expecting the missile prop range, not sure, but yeah, I mean, that was a very dominant third set by Vass, not wanting to let this second game get away from them as well. And it is Alex with the first pick. I think he's going to go with the rapid fire here, if only to deny it from this Estelle, or maybe he'll, yeah, he drops it. I think Estelle should go Adren here, but I guess I don't know. I'm not a fan of this greed from Lucas. He let the missile he let the Adren rush drop. I just don't like this drafting. I mean, their Kai gets Chrono, they get team player, but still, they're dying to cheese. They need to stop allowing the enemy team to build this win con even further.
Interestingly enough, the core speed isn't kind of really affected in this round. I mean, there's still a lot more damage coming in, and again, another kill onto Venom Yami. Once more, he seems to be kind of the breaking point for this team, and when T falls, everything comes down with him as Lucas finds the piercing shot right through Alex to secure a point for wildcards. And even though the draft might not look the part, they are still in this game and still trying to take advantage of what they have left to prove.
Yeah, I think especially this Berserker is very nice because often as a brawler playing, I was real close. If he had a little less HP, Berserker maybe would have let that one kill. But as I was saying, as a brawler playing into,
Oh,
my
no!
god, there's a kill! Oh my god, I can't even finish my thought. Bang by the Deadeye there, but another kill found and the goal found as well. Oh no, I mean, that point was pure chaos, but the core speed coming out from the direct just too much for the defense. As I wanted to say, when you play as a brawler into Rasmus, you get hit a lot by the rapid fire primaries, by the secondaries, even by the hook sometimes, which means that Berserker is going to be possibly getting a lot of value from LegoP here. But you know, if they're just tease killed, the Berserker doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we talk about like how much knockback Screamos did against that? That was kind of crazy. But now this time they're not really looking to chew through all of the knockback, and instead chewing through all the damage. LegoP not really too long for this bro to flip anything really tickle, but they are saved by the fact that God scored right on the other side of the net, and now Voss on match point. This is the time where they can shine and they can bring this series back 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Swap comes out here once again for the side of wildcards, shooting everything into this now, but she just has too many strike wall tools and still manages to win. Evade finally comes out versus a dash punch here, and now it's the offense for wildcards a little bit, but he does manage to live. I think he actually got his knockback reset there by the now secondary. I'm not sure if he would have lived without that happening. Flip is forced out by Alex, and wildcards, I think, are looking like they're back in this. Just for this point alone, it seems like they have a great offensive setup, despite that unlucky angle.
Great offense set, kind of offset by kind of the backwards angle around, as now they do earn the barrier for their troubles. LegoP with the flip too, hovering over Alex, making sure he has no space to breathe. One flip burn, second one could possibly be coming out here, but the core just isn't seeming to go on the other side. Now two flips on the other side now, but the KO confirmed. Finally gets Venom Yami once again off as a kill. Not even the kill, the flip being found for LegoP as he secure it. And now set point for the group of wildcards against the match points of Voss. Which team can secure it first?
I think LegoP has to play very safely here. Having no evade versus the Strek who has flip and has been looking for these cheese kills. Oh, and it comes out there, and it's actually a kill once again onto Venom, and looks for the ult onto Alex here as well. Nero helping out in the corner here, but they're unable to find this barrier just yet, and that's what matters most. Alex, his strikes are still so good on the defense here, making use of the Orb Dancer, and they managed to hold in time for Venom to come up, and another kill is not found by Lego Piece as he attempted one. And now, Wildcards basically used everything in that offense, but Alex held.
The big V catching every stray known to mankind. And unfortunately, that barrier is gone. And now Lego Piece and Lucas needs to connect one more time. Kill found, but it is saved away. And somehow they're still holding on. Screamouts putting on a masterclass, but it can't seem to be done. Lego Piece putting it in, and now we're on set 5.
Wow, I mean, so well played by Wildcards to get back in this, and especially Lego Beast once again, when it matters most, when it's 2-2 in the set, who shows up? It's Lego Beast. And it's actually Lucas here rewarded with the first pick Spark of Strength here. Alves after that, I think definitely going to take this 1-2. I would be surprised if he didn't. Alex, maybe just going to take the size. Possibly the Catalyst is an angle with Fire Up. But just also peak performance, actually. Inner Focus over to this Julie if he's able to live. Going to be a very nice pick. And among Titans for the now, who's already very, very fast and already has built different. So basically back to neutral size, just with more speed. So something a nice combo, I think, for a midfielder to have just 10% speed for free. So yeah, we'll have to see lots of damage already so far, but the hook does not kill.
The hook doesn't kill, but the piercing shot indeed does. And now this time around, Lucas not looking too healthy, but instead it is Scream Owls not long for the Sword and off the map. And now the 2v3 power play is completely stalled out, and there's nothing really to do there. Great shot, great turret, or at least great ult by Scream Owls to put the core in the other side, and eventually the secondary will be there and just enough to secure the point away. And now Voss, they're up 1 point, but we've seen this story many times before where Wildcards were able to pull out the trump and be able to take it home for the meantime, as now the core still goes very red and very far.
Yeah, I think we're once again seeing the defensive prowess here of Alex, where despite the power plays, the side of Vass are just able to hold. And that's another kill found. The flip came out. I mean, that one was a rough spot. Maybe just shouldn't flip next to the wall there, but didn't have any energy to be able to evade that dash punch. And it's another kill, and that's Orbs reset here from Alex, and I think that's the most impactful kill. Of course, the goal matters more than all, but basically, Lego and Lucas finding so many cheese kills here, resetting the orb stacks, might just win them the game here.
Yeah, and even Lucas of 27 CDR, he's just a strong fella, and the scaling just has to be out of touch, and eventually with this scale it could be very hard for them to come back into this. Voss have to be on their toes almost all the time no matter what, as now they look onto the bottom corner trying to get the core away, as the 1-2 punch is definitely working to keep the core out of the end zone. And unfortunately for them, they still have a long road to fight for. On the other side now, the corners being put in, and of course the flip again being denied. What is this? 3 flips now being denied from by Lego Piece himself.
I mean, Wildcard just held so well, and they keep that barrier still. Would have been a tragedy to lose it there, but of course, Miracle holds are nice and all, but you don't want the ball to be in your half the whole game, and they finally are able to move it out. Nice Giga Cheese attempt there by Nero, but was unsuccessful here. Lego doing some more chip damage to Venom. Flip also hits him, and Venom at definite risk from this Julie again, and that was a stagger kill found. And Lucas and Nero just pushed up so aggressively, trying to find something here on the offense. Nero, I think, gonna want to flip, but a bit far from the barrier here. It works though. A nice setup for Lucas to get it past Alex, and no energy on the enemy team here, and it's looking like a good spot for Wildcards.
It is looking very, very nice right now for Wildcards to end the game very quickly, as it once was. Reverse. I am pretty sure this is reverse sweep. No, this is a very hard thing to come back from, especially when you're on the brink of the field. And this is their game to lose now, as Scream Elves off the map, and somehow Lucas and Nero pushing the core forward as much as possible. The damage is still ongoing. Venom Yami again, not long for this world. The flip being, the evade being used, the kill being found, but the core ends up fighting all the way back, and now they have a chance. Somehow enough stalling could end up bringing the game home, but his Lego piece is slicing through the corner.
And who else could it be? The Lego piece, the man, the myth, the legend, who got it done every time when their team needed a goal, when it was 2-2 in every set. He was there finding kills and finding goals. And what a performance from the EUSA sub here to give Cards a 2-0 victory versus Vas.
Lego piece winning basically. I mean, how many interactions did he clutch up? That is insane.
I don't
And
know
of
how
course, and
many,
of
but
course,
I would say all of them.
dude. Yeah, he basically clutched up every interaction, and that is just so base. I mean, how many? Dude, he found 9 KOs that game. 9 KOs. How many of those kills were onto Venom? Like that. That's more than half. It has to be more than half of those KOs found onto Venom. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. I mean, we've spoken about him, but I also want to say that initially, as I was saying in this game, I think this was such a rough spot, especially as we saw in the earliest sets, to to play for the backline of wildcards, playing through the Now and the Drek seemed so impossible. The ball was just always on their half. They didn't have the strike wall tools, but still they were finding the adaptations and they found their flow later on in the set. So such a good showing of adaptation here from wildcards in the backline, and you know they just gave Lego Piece enough time to scale and find the KOs and get it done, and that moves wildcards up to 4-3, definitely increasing their chance of making it into playoffs here. Vas moving down to 5-2. I mean, still probably gonna make playoffs, right? But a big win for the mental of wildcards to get with a sub.
Yeah, even with the like he's a sub, no? Yeah, he's a sub. That's actually insane. I mean, the way that they played was truly incredible. And I mean that guy was a masterclass to watch on the ice. And of course, we couldn't have done it without the backline. I mean, the backline was holding very strong, even if it wasn't as impressive as Alex holding almost every 2v3 by himself. It was more of just if they can hold on just enough and let their brawlers set up. It was more of a class waiting to have been dominated. And of course, the Proletariat will always fall in this case as the wild cards improved to 4-3. So congrats to them. As we will head it into a break, we will be back with 2 more games of EUSL coming your way. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to more EUSL. We're entering the back half of the day, and I'm joined this time by Jiggle Supreme. How's it going, man?
I'm going so good. You know, I got my housing and my college sorted for next year, and I got a single, so I'm very happy. No more roommate. Now I can be even louder on EUSL cast. So that's what it's all about, you know. But other than that, excited to be commentating the rest of this day of EUSL. I think it was already a bit of a firecracker series last game that I was watching just after I woke up. Crazy 2-0 upset coming out of the wild card. So, you know, maybe it is the day of the upset. Maybe we will see the Cats lock in and maybe get a set today. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, earlier today we did see both Nero and Lego doing a really good job playing with balls against Voss. And now we're going into Series 3 of Blob versus Cats. And draft already started. Night Market Game 1, bulk up hotshot start. Cats on blue side banning out Rune, answered by Blobgap's Iny ban. And an Atlas first pick for the side of Cats, something that, you know, Noctilite, I don't think I've seen him play that much, but it's a pretty comfy pick. And it's just answered by Estelle Juno, two other really good hotshot users.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like definitely going to be a battle of the CDs here, especially on Night Market, where you just give it to goalie for fun in most interactions in the pocket. So I think Atlas is definitely a pretty wise pick here, all things considered. Unless, well, I'm saying that with the mindset that it's Atlas in goal, where I assume he would be, but I genuinely I have to hedge my bets with this Cats team. They always seem to do something a little kooky. But I'm gonna proceed with the assumption that it's an Atlas in between the sticks, and in that case, yeah, should have a lot of circles, especially with the new rework strikes, and the 2.5% energy gain off strike or whatever. So that definitely gives Atlas a lot of stuff in his pocket.
Yeah, hopping onto that just in a second, right? Cats in general, they haven't really done too much in terms of flexing around characters into weird roles. It's more being players. So our expected set of players here is going to be Noctilite, Wa owner, and goalie, and Whistle or Real Megarin Luca playing midfield, and then Immaculator playing brawler, but that may not be the way it goes, right? It could be switched around. Now, as for the draft, right, Kai rounding out Blobgap's draft, and this means we have a double midfield forward duo. So I'm really excited to see how that goes. And one last thing I did want to mention. Yes, I do agree with you on the fact that I think melee goalies are pretty strong this patch because of the strike CD reduction. Your goal is to try to hit it around melee goalies, but it's not always going to be easy when to do that, you need to take out both of their barriers first, and melee goalies are really good at defending the second barrier, and they're going to get so much cooldowns back through those strikes.
Yeah, and I think especially on a map like the market, where there's less dynamism in how you attack a given barrier, just because there's a big median that kind of restricts attacks to one of two planes, so there's less rotation potential. I think it plays right into Lockdown's hands. So provided Noctilite and is indeed on the Atlas goalie with Hotshot, this could prove to be like a longer match than perhaps what we're used to between from the Cats. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I think coming out of the side of Blobcat, this is a very conventional comp. I assume it's probably let's see, it's probably Yodes on the Juno, if I had to guess. I've seen his Juno a lot, and then that would make more sense. Granted, I mean, yeah, I think given their two forwards, goal pressure might be a little difficult if Estelle doesn't have primary up, but I guess we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and as we are starting to load our way into Night Market, we do see a certain Immaculate goalie here, as it's Immaculator instead, picking up the Atlas goalie. And hey, he's played the Atlas forward in EUSL before, but this is his first game playing goalie. Whistle, to no one's surprise, picking up the Octavia, and it's now Noctilite going over the Brawler side. But on the side of Blobgap, I have no clue still who is picking up what. Yes, Yodsman can pick up the Juno, but he's also very comfortable on the Kai. Juno Estelle is pretty decent. I'd have to imagine, though, it's like you said, I think Juno is most likely going to be on Yodsman just because of what the forwards on this team play.
I would tell you, but I have name off bug across the entire lobby, but it has actually Yodes on the
Yeah.
Kai now that I look on my Twitch stream. Okay, that's good. Okay, gonna take a second to get my bearings here, and spend probably 2 seconds actually, given that it is indeed a roll swap on goalie. Imac locking it down, not so much in that instance though that the first barrier has fallen within 10 seconds, and there goes the second good beam coming out of Zarhainif to secure the second one, and also a great strike found to the bottom corner. Clinical offense, almost like low-key kind of a 1v3 offense coming out of Zarhainif there to get us started off pretty quick here in this night market game.
Yeah, I mean, Zarhanov doing a really good job at getting these hit stuns on Immaculator, and I mean, that's something that you're just going to have to get used to as someone who is a little less experienced in this goalie role. That is the Estelle check, and we do see Noctilite here finding the kill already onto Zarhainov, so maybe that's the solution. You just kill the Estelle, and Estelle can't check you. But it's really tough for Whistle to be able to contribute, as the damage is just there on him, and now Yodsman, he's just starting to fly.
Yeah, there he goes, just locking it on the forward. But once again, another member of Blobgap has already bit the dust. Meaning, okay, well, I was about to say, meaning that there's a really good power play potential here, but the ult coming out of Immaculator is just a little delayed. Meaning that, he also ultimates, he also core flips. Sorry, third time of asking I get the ability right, but hits it right through the gate and is capitalized on by the defense of Blobgap, who once again tap it in for a pretty clean 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Blobgap already doing a really, really good job at just securing this 2-0 advantage, despite the certainly not normal comp, right? And it's pretty surprising, but it's actually working surprisingly well because it's a hotshot start, right? They're able to get so many cooldowns along with the strike cooldown reduction, and it's just looking so good. Is because of the strike cooldown reduction, they're able to just put out so much more damage against the enemies.
Atlas working things with that strike shot. That said, the abilities are now coming out, meaning that he's kind of bereft of anything to hold onto this barrier any longer if the ball continues to be funneled his way. But a good clear found out by Whistle, and now we're back to a bit of a pause in the play as both teams are kind of just dumping their kits on each other. Neither can keep the core for a prolonged period of time, but Yodsman looking to change that, surging forward, but not able to connect the second strike to coax the ball up towards Immaculator, who's once again opting to play a bit conservative, walking up and using that primary to bat the ball back into Whistle. Now the 1v1 is being forced. The flip coming out from neither member of either team just yet, but now this big scary open net situation, especially now that you're threading in the bottom corner, and now that the flip has been blown, it looks like it could be curtains on the set. Yeah, even with the strike shot primary, it just comes out a little too slow to stop that strike to top corner. So good set win from the side of Blobgap to start us off here.
Yeah, for what it's worth, though, I actually think that the Blobgap team is very, very favored early on into the game because the side of Cats, they just have no real range, so it's hard for them to contribute anything until they get a little bit more speed or a little bit more stagger or some sort of damage, and that's what they're looking to get in this draft. So speed and stagger already denied here with the peak performance pickup. The Omega Infused Accelerator is there in case anyone on the side of Cats wants to pick it up, but instead it's just going over to Cookies, and all the speed has left the draft except for the Orb Dancer for Atlas in favor of Blobgap.
Yeah, I think, what's it called? I don't think in any universe OIA was probably going to be able to get to that Octi. That might have been what they were game planning for in that draft, but, you know, Cookies had the wherewithal to know that Octavia should not be fast. That's known win con for this character that's otherwise quite bad. But in any case, it's the good capitalization on the wayward outclear there by Rookie Cookie, who's once again able to take the second barrier off Immaculator pretty early on in the sequence. And once again, great transition onto offense, from defense to offense rapidly from the two forwards of Blobgap, who are once again able to get a quick goal on the set, 2v1 up against Immaculator.
Yeah, I mean, overall, very well played out by the side of Blobgap, and they're looking to continue their success. This double range comp looking so oppressive with how well they've been taking barriers, how they've been denying space, and Imac looking to fly a little bit, trying to join the offense himself, but just not being allowed. A great strike war by Cookies against that strike shot, and I love this back pass. They're trying to just continuously rotate around, burn all of Imac's abilities, leave him with nothing to defend these corner offenses. And even if it's an Estelle Juno on the corner offense, an Atlas with ability still surely doesn't win.
That was kind of an interesting sequence there. Missed 2 angles up into the corner, so it turned into a bit of a dribble. But, you know, maybe that was actually godlike pre-planning because it drew Estelle into a position where she could be killed. But in any case, that sequence notwithstanding, we now saw the beginnings of a good offensive situation for the Cats. But Noctilite was unable to get anything going up into this Yodsman Kai, who's now taking his sweet time to make a decision with the core. Ultimately, perhaps delayed a little too long, being forced to blow his flip, meaning that he has no dodge for any potential offensive situation, which is not what you want to see playing into a Juliet. And there we go. Case in point. Granted, no abilities were even expended, and now very scary top corner situation. And great confirm by the Cats there. Yeah, there's nothing you can do in that situation. So really good coordination from the 2 forwards there.
Yeah, very well coordinated, and I think the way Yodsman was unable to deal with the flip, it very well might have been a 60 ping difference, you know, being a little higher and a bit of an awkward back pass there by Zarhine. Unfortunately, Yodsman just not ready for it. They still take 1 barrier, make that 2 in the trade, and they're just attempting to make this into a delayed goal, but still nothing to be found.
Midfield, once again, the battle is won by Blobgap, who are poking and prodding at this goal arc, but I was gonna say the double defense of Octavia and Atlas I would have assumed would hold, but no. Crazy slime ankle breaker coming out from Cookies there to put once again Blobgap in the advantaged position in this second set.
All right, and they're looking very good. It's as you said, but Zarhine not looking very good, looking a little worse for wear. But it's Cookies who just takes that second barrier, nearly scoring in and of itself. But a double flip burned, a little bit of an anti-synergy moment, and the core going red speed there, thanks to the hot shot Omega infused accelerator. And hey, maybe Juno's back to her old days.
I'll take that statement with a grain of salt, but in any case, might be eating good here in this draft. Yeah, has like pick of the litter here, this Juno. We'll see. Yeah, lets the rapid fire grip. Go figure. Kind of a rough draft for Octavia. Opts for the team player, which is probably, yeah, as a midfielder, that's about the best you can do given the circumstances. And a whole lot of, not a lot of anything going here to round out the tail end of the draft. Deadeye could maybe be a good pickup on Estelle, I think, especially for those kills off edge. But otherwise, Atlas getting cooldowns is always a good thing. But there were a lot of kind of nothing burgers to round out that draft.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I think the biggest pickups this draft actually were the rapid fire on Juno and actually the inner focus 5th pick on Atlas. Inner focus I think is disgusting right now on melee goalies. It was already good. It did not need a buff to 30% from 27%, I believe it was. And with the strike cooldown changes, it's just so good. Like Atlas, with that stacked, should be getting a primary roughly every 5 to 6 seconds.
We'll see if Immaculator can make good use of those primaries. Has been a little delayed on the execution in a couple instances, but provided the reactions become a bit more dialed in, yeah, very scary pickup, especially, once again, given the fact that it's night market, your goalie is getting in the mixer so much more often, so maybe we'll begin to see if it can pay some dividends. Great find there by owner Noctilite, dashing him off the edge. Almost a great second kill. That was a really good presence of mind coming out from Yotes there to live with the EB proc right before they just got annihilated off the map. And now ball is being funneled into that J corner where you want to see it on offense on this map, but it just looks like they can't sustain any persistent goal pressure, and then the second they lose their offensive momentum, it seems to just go right up on the other end and they concede. That seems to be the story of this game.
Yeah, hotshot Omega infused accelerator. It turns out that that's all you need to make your primary red core and whistle. He only needs that 1 second to find that flip to take the double barrier, and now the side of Turkeen's Cats are looking in a really good spot here for this second goal, and oh no, Zarhine a little delayed on the strike. It's Turkeen's Cats that take the second, and they're looking pretty good with 2 flips coming into the final point.
A great play by the Cats there. perhaps suspect defending up the other end, but it doesn't matter how they go in so long as they go in. And now they are in pole position to take a set. They just need to execute one more time. Granted, going to be a little now, okay, less difficult now that sure you don't have as much energy, but in the grand scheme of things, now you definitely do, given that they only have 2 players on the team. Good KO once again found by Noctilite. The primary, not so good though, and now Immaculator getting forced into another scary interaction, which they come out the better in, which is great stuff. Now, Octi, here she comes, using all the buttons in the world, the speed, the ult, the primary, to try to secure the double. Ultimately, a bit too wishful.
Oh no!
Oh, good grief. That crazy teleport coming out from Zarhainif there. And neither of the defenders from the Cats team quite able to react to it, and really crazy goals slotted right down the middle there.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a disastrous point there. They burned 2 flips for the side of Turkey's Cats, and they still did not win that. But a 3rd flip has been burned, this time in favor of Cats, as the kill is found out by Noctilite. Now they are trying to convert this into something. 1 barrier being found. There's still a little bit of work, and 3 seconds left on Zarhainif. 2nd barrier getting cleared away from by Yodsman. Another good clear means that now Cookies can take it out, and he tries to keep the offense going as he gets into this corner, and is just going so fast with the Omega-infused accelerator. And a good back pass means that Yodsman can just rotate it back down to keep the offense going. A good jump strike there, intercepted by Zarhainif, and Imac winning that interaction. Crucial to continue keeping that barrier alive, and now once again a triple defense with the triple midfield comp of Blob Gap, and it's just Whistle trying to keep it in the corner. Flip available for Cookies in case he decides to use it. Burns the flip there, a little scared that he will fall. Imac finds the save there, and the barrier is still alive, but not for long, as the offense is looking good for the side of Cats, actually. And now it's the side of Cats who are favored going into the set 3.
Crazy! Great strike. This is catching Yodsman out with the eject button, not able to teleport back in time. And we have a set on the board for Turkey's Cats. Off roll, no problem. Great striking by the trio. And we see a couple of good awakenings for Julie to lead off this draft, opting for the 1-2. And obviously, it probably doesn't get to Octavia, but there is explosive on the table, which means someone's going to have to deny it. Granted, Kai, it's not functionally not much of a deny. Granted, he has EB, so it kind of is a deny because you don't get that much value. But yeah, has to take it. There we go.
And hey, overall, I think Glass Cannon, really great pickup for the Estelle. Cookies being in the Brawler Juno position, getting size means more good strike wars. And hey, on the other side, I think this 1-2 punch is going to be really scary. Owner has already been finding a ton of kills with this dash punch, and now he's just going to be able to find more and more reliably with the 1-2 punch.
Good first secure of the barrier there by Blob Gap. And, no, not Blob Gap. Well, I guess Blob Gap did go ahead and secure the other one, so I guess my commentary stands. But in any case, there we go. Both barriers once again open for the Cats. Familiar sight. And now, we're seeing Immaculator get a little more aggressive, pushing up past the midfield line to try to... crazy orb dancer value! Did we all see that? Oh, the orb was so clutch there, allowing Immaculator to just run up in time to save that goal with Strike. Might not have had primary, or was just opting not to expend primary. In any case, so Strikes it right into the slime, and the secondary's not quick enough. So, you know, the big yellow orb, not quite fast enough to save against that really tricky situation. But, you know, did one thing that was really cool.
Yeah, unfortunately not cool enough there, and that's one barrier already found. No second one yet. It just gets cleared out, and the flip forced there for Whistle as one barrier traded back, and it's just, again, a 1-for-1 good evade this time by Zarhainif, not dying on basically a full energy bar, as he has done so, I think, twice or 3 times already this game. And the offense, once again, in favor of Blob Gap. Question is, can they close it out?
They might be able to, but this Cats team has proven that they can take sets. So look, I'll be real. I put a lot of channel points on one of the teams in this game, but I still I think the Cats have proven they have the capacity to find these good moments. So they're looking once again to fight their way back from the brink. They do secure a couple of really smart defenses to get the ball back up to the end of the field where they want it. But the crazy dangle almost catching Immaculator out. But Immaculator once again leveraging those CDs. He's just throwing stuff in their faces over and over again. The kill not found onto Zarhainif though with this Estelle. But the kill is found. Okay, it doesn't matter. because unfortunately, once again, that ball, that crazy course speed just squeaks up into the top corner. Great Giga Blast coming out from Yodes there. Now we're on match point.
Yeah, somehow it is found there by Yodesman. A good Giga Blast there, and one barrier on potentially the final point here already found. 2 flips still available for the side of Cats. One burn there by Whistle. Pass up to Noctilite, and still nothing to be found there. It's just rotated back onto the defensive side of Cats, and second barrier is found. We are on an open net here. A bit dangerous. That Blob nearly finding things. Cookie's trying to go for the self-pass. A good rotate up to the top side as they try to get it around the corner. A good evade by Zarhine. A flip by Noctilite means that the second barrier falls, and now in a 3v2, it is favoring Cats. They can maybe find something here, but they just have to get past Cookies' defense, and they do for now, but do we get more here as Yodesman? He is the next one to reach his flip. Just 1 or 2 more strikes will do it. He just needs to keep it in the corner. Flip available for Yodesman now as they try to take it up this top side. Blob Gap, they're encroaching. They're so ready here. A good expanse out by Immaculator buys enough time for him, and now he's ready to fly. He's ready to support his team. Dash Punch missed out by Noctilite, and this is such a dangerous moment for Blob Gap.
They're weathering the storm pretty well. Credit to Immaculator for hanging on to the flip for as long as he has, given all the stuff that's been thrown his way. Oh, the unfortunate redirect from Noctilite, not quite on the money. Oh, and the Soren angle decidedly on the money from Yodes there. Unfortunate expenditure of the burst to not get a kill, but no kill, no problem. Get orbs, that's what I'm saying. Good play coming out of Cats. Their backs against the wall. The pressure making diamonds perhaps, and there we go. First goal in a hot minute, but it's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, you say first goal in a hot minute, but they did win the last set, mind you, and they might be looking to reverse sweep this one. They're down 0-2, and now suddenly they're up 2-0 in barriers and have an open net on the other side, right? So they still have a lot to work with, but Cookies, he's encroaching with a flip. Yodesman has a flip too defensively if it is needed. And now it's Whistle who's taken off the map, and this time Cookie's trying to push through the corner. Yodesman just figuring out where he has to rotate the core. Everyone running with that night market speed, and now Imac pops the flip, flies, bursts the counter flip out by Yodesman, and the barrier is taken. Now just needs to pass it to Cookies. Cookies goes for the flip, it's saved out by Whistle, and once again, Whistle, he has the speed. It's taking the Octavia speed, looking for a pass up to Noctilite. Yodesman trying to find the pass through to Zarhine, a good flame flurry, but doesn't get much of anything. And now it's the speed. Imac needs to be a little careful. Good astral projection there, and in the end, it is Noctilite that takes it, bringing us to 2-2, and crucially, a lot of flips burned out by Blob Gap.
What is going on, bro? They've locked in. This is like genuine. That was crazy. That was nail biting defenses. A couple of really good defenses strung together. Oh, but then they go and do that. Oh, that would have been a really anticlimactic way to end. But no, luckily the ball does not just slow roll in there off of the double barrier. Good primary found by Immaculator to win the interaction. And now the attack is coming from the J corner, but no buttons really able to do much about it. Great kill find. I'm not sure if that was Octavia or if it was Immaculator getting that kill onto the Kai, but there we go. We are equal on sets in this game. Crazy stuff coming out from the Cats. They're showing that they are an EUSL team after all. Do not let their record belie them. And there we go. Octavia, first pick, Chrono Boost on the board. This,
yeah, I mean, Fight or Flight is still pretty reasonable as well. Both are really good pickups. Only worry is picking up the Fight or Flight now does leave Yodesman to get the Chrono Boost if he so chooses, which is a little spooky. But after the Missile Propulsion instead just wants to deny that away from the Atlas, make him feel really sad. It's the Aerials picked up, and I almost want to see Chrono Boost on the Juno here, but no, we do just get the extra special.
I think this is a very, I guess, specific situation where, yeah, I think Juno would get Chrono Boost value just because I feel like Immaculator has a higher propensity to look for out clears on this Atlas than the median Atlas. So I think there is potential to definitely punish those out clears more heavily if you're able to get Chrono Boost. But I mean, like, the extra special, especially with the special buff coming out of this recent patch, is no slouch to pick up here on this Juno. Great defense coming out of the side of the Cats there. And now Noctilite looking to work the ball forward, but the dash does not quite come out in time. Coming out in time is the primary, though. Insane work to get that poor Octavia off the field. And Immaculator just bombarded with everything but the kitchen sink, unable to hold even with a primary there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do. Open net against Juno Estelle as a measly old Atlas. It's really tough, right? and already the first barrier taken, this hotshot value really showing its face. Good deny of the first barrier there by Imac, but the second one does fall there. And now it is once again Blob Gap in a really favorable position as this Atlas is just stuck on an open net against double ranged picks, and it's just so spooky. Question is can this corner offense come through for the side of Turkey's Cats?
Oh, no.
It's looking like no. A good save out by Imac, and Imac has to flip there. A little awkward that he isn't able to do much more with it. And now Whistle just trying to dribble in the corner. The kill is found on Yodsman, and now it's Cookie's positioning for the goalie there. And oh no, Noctilite burns the flip there. Doesn't get much of anything, and now it's Whistle who has a flip available. Flip burned out by Cookies, and just goes up to Zarhanov. Zarhanov burns the expense, and oh no, just completely mixes up Imac there.
Great patience there by Zarhanov. On the other side of that coin, yeah, Immaculator I think rushed both of the only abilities he added as a disposal. First strike shotted the air, unfortunately, and then yeah, it was good presence of mind coming out of Zarhanov there to dribble and outlast the secondary. And at that point, Atlas is just screwed. Like, might have 5 Orb Dancer stacks, but he's still never gonna be fast enough to get to that slot to bottom corner. And now once again we see the Cats with their backs up against the wall, but this is a familiar situation, and unlike perhaps in previous weeks, as they've shown the capacity to rally from these disadvantageous positions, but might be looking to be curtains here as we do see the second barrier fall, and the abilities are coming fast and thick, and that might be a really anticlimactic slot to top lane, but it works out in the end. Immaculator looking to, there's just too much in his face. There's too much in his face. Good box built by Blobgat there to secure what ultimately proved to be a very dicey game 1, and perhaps a harbinger of a really tight series to come.
Might I say it? Cats might need to field Imac goalie and Whistle midfield more. It might just be the solution. But all jokes aside, I mean, I think they played really, really well. They did not, get completely shut out of the game despite coming in with 2 subs. And I do want to see what they have to prove in this game too. I'm not really sure if this night market pickup was for the side of Turkey's Cats or if it was for the side of Blobgap. We'll have to see as we prepare ourselves for game 2. And game 2, I believe that is Taiko Temple, which Taiko Temple is Katz's pick.
Interesting. I mean, no, actually, that's a lie. That's a complete lie. It's not interesting. Every single team picks Taiko at least once in their series.
Boring.
Yeah, what was I? Man, I just
annoying.
autopiloted there. That's what I'm saying. In any case, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if Cats change up the game plan at all. I think we're seeing, big thing that I guess maybe neutered them a bit there is that this Atlas wasn't, I say this Atlas wasn't particularly able to affect the offense, but then I look and he's got literally the exact same amount of goal contributions as Yodsman. Granted, they're all assists, which are a little easier to come by. But in any case, yeah, I think there was maybe just a lack of ability to get the ball into the Juliet as frequently as you would have liked. I mean, the redirects kind of tell that tale. Only sub 100, almost the only sub 200 in the entire lobby, and I think there might have just been a bit of a disconnect going forward. Granted, at this level and with a Juliet Brawler, you can kind of just play better, win more of your interactions, and do well. But it's always nice to have more service.
Yeah, I do want to see if the side of Blobgap continues to use the Blob, as the Blob looks a little gapped so far in this patch. The special changes, I'm starting to come around to them a little more. I think they're really nice. It's a little sad that we need a lot more Awakenings to be able to get to that red core speed. Like, this was a hotshot game. A hotshot Omega infused is what it took to make Juno's primary red core. And, I mean, that's just sad with the state of how Juno is right now, because Juno has wanted to be in the niche of Giga core speed instead of just Blobo spam. And I think maybe they decide, like, the patch changers decided to take her into the side of Blobo spam, and it's whatever. But I guess I'm just rambling at this point as someone who's played a lot of Juno.
I think it's an understandable take, though. It's almost like that stupid adage of skill versus spam. Granted, I don't know, Giga core speed is maybe not the most skillful thing either, but I guess the skill comes from the drafting and the placing of the slimes, granted that you're not spamming them. So I mean, yeah, I think it is an interesting departure in how the character
Yeah.
is played. I think you'd need a larger sample, at least for me to know. But yeah, go ahead.
Notably, one thing it does do with the core speed changes, it hasn't completely removed the primary someone to hit stun them and steal the core with slime, because that's still doable. It's just a little less reliable, because before what you used to be able to do is if the core was on one side of someone's hitbox, you could primary them and the blob would steal the core and shoot the core fast enough so that the core could go from one side of one person's hitbox to the other side and they would have no interaction, which similarly can be done with an IME cyber swipe, with an Estelle primary. Like, it is possible for that to be done, and it feels a little sad that Juno has lost that. And hey, maybe Estelle and Imi should either lose that to compensate, or Juno should get something else back.
It's probably a small change to tweak the cooldown, or I guess the duration of the stuns and the strike speed or whatever, such that that can be put back into effect. But I was not even aware of that. That goes to show the state of the game in my Pislow queues. We don't even think about that. We just think about aiming. Okay, that's all we're busy about down in those diamond games. But in any case, yeah. Another thing, if we're gonna circle back to the match at hand, I think it's worth noting that just game state wise, it does seem like the Cats were more often on the defensive, just given the amount of saves that this Immaculator had to make. So I'm wondering if, like, because Tycho's an equally confined map, so they might struggle to find the out clear again. That kind of seemed to be the story of their game in many instances. They just were not able to get it out of corner. Granted, with a lockdown, it's not really imperative to get the ball out of corner that quickly. But it just seems like that they seem to be taking a lot of interactions on the back end of the field, and I wonder how you fix or otherwise not ameliorate that situation.
Yeah, exactly. And Taiko Temple, the draft has already started. Extra special, team players start. Cats on blue side again, banning out the Vice. Blobgap banning out the Imi, which is not surprising at all. Whistle is very, very known for his Imi. He is really, really proficient on that character. And an extra special start, it's so good. And we see the rune pickup here for Cats, and this has to be going towards Noctilite, right?
I can't say anything at this point, man. But I assume, I mean, we've seen Noctilite's rune time immemorial. So, I mean, if I were a betting man, sure, I'd put money on it, but you never know. In any case, the side of Blobgap locking in the Drek, just a very solid character in general, has kind of been robbed of his ability to edge kill, but still a pretty oppressive and evergreen presence here in the European Strikers League. So we'll see who comes out to complement him.
Yeah, Drakkar honestly not looking to live up to the same success as has been rumored to be the case in Nassau, and that's why it is actually going to be banned in Nassau this weekend until the... Well, I think it's partially a bug, partially kind of intended, but it's intended in a way that's kind of unhealthy for the game, and because of that, Aesop's like, okay, maybe I'll fix that. And it is paired with the Estelle here, so Estelle Drakkar, and Drakkar is actually one of the picks that Cookies himself really, really loves to play and looks really proficient on.
We have seen the Cookies Drakkar several times, especially on these more confined maps, and being backed up by this Estelle. Granted, it could be Yodes on the Estelle, which is still like, I mean, even then you can exert some offensive pressure. But yeah, I think that's a good roster. We're seeing a bit more of I was gonna say traditional lineup, but then they lock in Dubu. Granted, Dubu Brawler and Dubu Goalie very strong in this map. So we've got Rune, Asher, Dubu. It would be really funny if Rune is the one in between the sticks and we have Asher Dubu double forward. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. But you can never really know.
Yeah, you never know. And I would have really loved to see, I don't know, maybe once the Rune was picked up, we see Rune for Noctilite, and then we see the Atlas locked. So we get the Mahjong Monday Atlas midfield, and like that would have been so peak. But unfortunately, we're not seeing that. It's just going to be boring old Dubu, Rune, Asher, Tycho moment, and on the other side, Luna getting locked in. So It is possible that this Estelle could go over to Yodsman, but I'd like to think it's probably just Luna, Yodsman, and Estelle for Zerhina.
That seems the most realistic outcome. I think Yodsman, once again, loves his Luna, loves his Juno, can play the Estelle, but I think in terms of just pure pick precedence, it's always kind of a guessing game between whether he's going to lock the Juno or the Luna, at least in this, and I guess the Kai as well. But in this season, yeah, I would put money on Yods being on the Luna here, which could see a lot of heads rolling. Granted, Dubu and Asher, they have a lot of stagger, but if you can get even just one more like damage buff onto this Luna, Havoc could be wrecked. Guess we'll just have to see how it plays out, especially with no healing capacity coming out from either team. Could get a little dicey.
Yeah, very dicey indeed. And now we will have to see where all these picks go, as I didn't really get a chance to see if any of the roles have been swapped around for the side of Cats, or if they are maintaining the same roles going into Game 2. I don't imagine they would swap around roles, because even though that this was Immaculator's goalie debut in EUSL, he actually looked pretty fine, right? He looked pretty decent. He was getting the job done. He had arguably a little bit of a disgusting Atlas build, but he was able to put it to mostly good use. And while there were some moments where he kind of struggled with his performance, it wasn't overall terrible.
A fake pop of doom and despair. But yeah, piggybacking on that, I think generally had the macros, the Atlas macros, pretty down pat. Maybe in certain cases he could have circled preemptively when he chose to take the interaction with Strike instead and then got punished, but it's just a lot of that micro stuff. That's hard to do in the heat of a moment, especially when there's 10 quintillion cooldowns in your face. Goalie is not as hard as midfield, but it's still like there's some brain power required. In any case, hopefully brain power will be coming out of all 6 players on this field, particularly the side of Cats, because they need this win. Like, they need to win this to stay alive in the series. Now that I actually get to see the lobby, though, once again, there has been no role swapping, so I guess we have that to look forward to. What I'm not particularly looking forward to is I think we did not fake pop again. That was a really long linger on the starting screen, but okay, looks like we're finally getting into the swing of things.
Well, joke's on you. I think I may not be in lobby anymore, as I may have gotten kicked out, so all good. That's our Mega Strikers for you. I'll have to see how this works out. I don't know if things are already loaded or if we are once again in a fake pop.
I think it's gonna fake pop again. I feel like there's never been a loading screen that goes this long without just throwing you back to lobby. They're really building up the suspense here. They're really creating, I guess Omega Strikers is creating stakes where there were previously no stakes, letting us linger on the nature of this match. Coming up, I guess maybe third time's the charm. We could just set it again. You do appear to be back in the lobby, is that true?
My game is launching right now, so I am not in the lobby.
So it crashed.
Yes.
What the hell? I've never seen that bug before. Is that like a common bug?
It happens from time to time, but I think it might be a good idea for us to go probably to caster screen once again, just for a brief moment while we do fix things up. Gonna be curious to see how things work out.
This is unfortunate delay. Sorry for the good viewers at home. You know, unfortunately, indie game that has not been comprehensively patched since, like, I guess technically 2024, but really 2023. So, you know, we just gotta put up with these things. Ether's presence in the lobby still pending. Man, this is a great. This is a great way to start my Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, great way indeed. I mean, I am excited for what I have going on later today, but I might be cutting it a little close as I am joining an archipelago later today. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Are you familiar with the concept?
No, you gotta tell me.
Yeah, for anyone in the chat who is not familiar, it's where a bunch of people play a bunch of different games, right? And everyone unlocks stuff in games for one another. So I'm probably going to end up playing New Super Mario Bros. Wii. So that's going to be fun, but what is not fun is how long it's taking for me to get back into game because my game is bugged and crashed.
Oh, and then your audio. I hope your audio didn't cut out just now. It like that would be even worse. But in any case, oh, I think I
Okay.
literally just lost my co-caster. Oh wait, are you back?
I'm back,
Oh.
I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay, hold on. I think my
Okay. Well, I guess I got a solo carry cast real quick. Um, I don't. What do I even? What do I say? Yeah. He was literally DDoSing the whole lobby. Like it's only a matter of time before he comes for my internet next. But yeah, it's true. In any case, oh, and now my ping has suddenly been piss griefed. I'm now on red bar. Granted, I'm never on good ping to Europe, but this looks like particularly bad ping to Europe. What is happening? I think God, like I feel like God himself has intervened to make it so that this series will never happen. Maybe he's just discontent with the prospect of Cats ever taking a series, which they look poised to potentially do. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can overcome these technical issues. It looks like my co-caster is back. His little
yeah,
reactives flashing. Okay, good. Okay,
yeah,
money.
yeah. I'm making my way back in. I mean, hey, I have been back. I've just been, waiting for my chance to slip on in. Now curious to. Oh, okay. Fun note. So we were, I guess, on London last game. So I think we're going over to Frankfurt now. Once again, I think Yodsman doesn't really get the best ping to London. To Frankfurt, I think it's a little more manageable. But yeah. Have to
All
see
right.
how things go.
I forgot Yodes is like giga far away. Okay, well there you go. Frankfurt. Wait, 60 ping is 60 ping that bad? Because you said
Relatively
60 ping
speaking,
diff earlier.
relatively speaking, in Europe, yes, because a lot of people have like 20 or 30 ping. It's like everyone playing on their home server.
I guess. Oh yeah, I guess so. That's actually really interesting to me because there's only 2 servers in Europe, and Europe itself is like the size of the continental U.S. And I am certainly not getting 20 ping to West Coast. But okay,
No.
interesting.
It's a lot smaller.
Is it? I swear
Yeah.
Europe is like about like if we're saying Europe like Portugal to Istanbul, that's probably about as wide as the US. It's gotta be. Yeah.
I guess, is it? It has to be
Let me
smaller.
open Google Earth. Let me open Google Earth here.
All right.
This is how we're gonna pass the time. Okay, Google Earth. I swear
You know what?
on everything.
Maps.google.com. Okay, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do like what? LA to like.
Let's do LA to
Maine?
Boston. Oh, Maine?
Okay,
Well, then
LA to
we're doing it
Boston.
on a diagonal. We should probably do it on like a flat line, right?
Okay, so Los Angeles to like Miami maybe or whatever.
Yeah, sure. We'll run LA. You do LA, Miami. I'll do Istanbul to like Lisbon. Okay, let's.
So what do I do? Walking? The distance for walking?
Oh, you're doing maps. I'm literally going on Google Earth and using the ruler, so it's like as the crow
Oh,
flies.
I'm just on maps right now. The distance for walking is. Why is it in miles, man? Okay, whatever.
Oh right, we have to put it in kilometers. Oh, that's so gross. Okay,
Okay,
so
miles to kilometers. It's like I'm just gonna put 2,800. So it's about 4,500 kilometers. And now let's say like Lisbon to Istanbul. That's 3,800 kilometers. So it is smaller, yes, by a little.
slightly, yeah. I guess so. This is the better part of 1,000 kilometers. Okay, I stand corrected. Ish. Still a pretty damn big place, but yeah, so no, I don't stand corrected. I'm so confused how everyone's getting 20 ping. Maybe that was just over exaggeration, but in any case, okay, 2 North Americans learning about the great big world around them. That was not on my bingo card for this stream, but there we go. We're educating ourselves. We are seeing Emac in between the sticks on this Asher, obviously Noctilite, locking the Dubu. So good on this map, especially with extra special. This wall could prove to be a veritable win con if they're able to deploy it in the right spots, but we'll see how it shakes up. Here we go.
It's especially so when they're playing into the Luna goalie, right? Dubu just completely shuts that character down, and they are, right? Now it's really up to Yodsman and Zarhainev to interrupt the Dubu before he gets a chance to get into the corner. And that is going to be the name of the game for Blob Gap defense. If they're unable to do that, well, while owner will in fact now start owning Yodsman with these Tofu Fortresses.
Strike War 1 in the midfield by Cookies, but Immaculator there to defuse the situation. Good pillar in the midfield to keep the ball exactly where this Cats team wants it. This Dubu not quite on level 2 yet. Is going to have to click the ball a couple more times before they can really unleash havoc. Good defenses by Immaculator. Not so good on the strike there, meaning the first barrier does fall, but this is an Asher. Oh, I was going to say one barrier, no problem, but does lose the second one. And somehow Rune has exploded up the other end of the map relative to where he was standing. Cookies not looking like they're in a position to really affect this offense. I think, did Immaculator win that strike war and it just went to Zarhainev, or did Cookies strike it backwards into Zarhainev's beam? I'm not sure.
Cookies did strike it backwards into Zarhainev. Now, one thing I do want to also mention is I think the way that Whistle died was that Zarhainev hit him while Whistle was mid-TP channel. And because Whistle's TP, I think, was close enough to the edge, he went into the edge of the map, which caused him to die. It's like the same thing as like Zentaro or Estelle. When you get hit while TPing right onto the edge of the map, you just die.
The more you know. Good patient defense here by Team Cats. Good interaction won by Immaculator there off the flip. Really good stuff, but it just seems like once again they appear to have their backs against the wall. This Cats team constantly, they're struggling to establish this momentum to take these barriers, because once you take the barriers, I mean, Luna's okay in an open net, but it's definitely, I think it would be a bit more conducive to scoring. But it just looks like, yeah, they're unable to find those breakthroughs early on in this game.
Yeah, and here it is. There's the Tofu Fortress that I talked about. It's so diabolical, and they do find the double barrier because of it, and good self-pass by Whistle to get the core back into his own possession. Now it is back on the defensive side. Imac losing one barrier, potentially using a second. Not there, though. And now it's up to Noctilite to convert on the corner. Nothing to be found. Good pass attempt, but it's just intercepted by Zarhainev, and Whistle just saving the defense there momentarily. Maybe not for long, though, as Cookies nearly finds that there, and now it's Whistle who's helped bar. It doesn't look great, but oh no! Tofu Fortress! What can Luna do?
Here we go. Noctilite barnstorming up into the top of the arc and laying down the law. There we go. That is how they're going to probably get most of their goals today. But it only takes a trickle to start a flood, so this might be a sign of things to come. Granted, the flip having to be blown, and now this poor Dubu eating so much damage, just fighting back. Ult's in the middle of the field to just get this Drek away from him, but ultimately, perhaps in vain, all for naught, because they die nonetheless. But the double defense of Whistle and Immaculator seems to be holding for the time being. Immaculator trying to channel his inner Slav on this Tycho Asher goalie, and is just about loses to the Drek primary there. Drek ulti, one of the two, probably the ult. But yeah, the Asher primary, usually a free win button, but they're not quite working.
And not when you're in close enough range, both of the wall and the Drakar to just die while primarying. And, well, that's the case there, and it looks like this Drakar is going to get missile propulsion with almost no contest unless the Asher really wants to do so, and I just don't think it would be right. I think the Asher should just go Spark of Strength or Orb Dancer, and yeah, Spark of Strength is picked up there. And for this rune, what does this rune even go? I guess just picks up the missile propulsion to make sure Luna doesn't get it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case there. We are seeing Rampage Dubu get to him at the bottom of the draft. Obviously, perhaps not as strong as Demo, especially given that when you die, it's curtains. But if the Noctilite's able to start taking barriers, things could get a little more snowbally. But all around, yeah, missile prop room, perhaps not ideal, but anything to stop Yodes, especially with this extra special. You do not want him to be able to just like nuke your goal arc off kickoff. Speaking of getting nuked, there goes two members of either team in quick succession. Yodes trying to pick up the slack with the nuke, but actually gets caught on the overcommittal. The barriers are down for this Blob Gap side, who's still in a 2v1 for the time being. Drek is now back on the map. Cookies looking to get out in front of the play and start establishing some offense. Does so, and now there's a box which could potentially be built around Immaculator, but surges forward with the Asher Dash. But once again, we're in another power play.
Yeah, once again, I think the very scary thing here is actually, surprisingly enough, the Stinger on the Drakar. Drakar has such low cooldowns on this current patch. The special getting the cooldown change, And then now with Drakkar maybe being slightly intentional with the strike cooldown triggering twice on the primary. It had worked that way with other cooldown refunds on multi-primaries or multi-secondaries with Primetime and Twin Drive before, so maybe not completely intentional, but the Stinger with that combo is just diabolical with how often you can just pump out damage onto the enemy team.
And there we go. Good double secured by Cookies and almost gets the goal for his troubles and may continue to almost get the goal. But EMAC finding a couple of unconventional clears, but has the abilities to seal the deal nonetheless. Granted, no dodge to their name. Good preemptive ultimate to snub out Yodes, who's equally snubbed out on the miss position. And EMAC kind of sensing his time was due and trying to surge forward in one suicidal last act to get the goal, but doesn't ultimately end up doing so. But we see Noctilite back in their home, so to speak, on the Stubu goalie, able to hold in Immaculator's stead, but now we'll be looking to go back forward to try to get some goal pressure. But in the meantime, the goal pressure is decidedly in favor of Blobcap. We're just trying to shove it past this wall of buttons, but there's too many damn buttons coming out of this Asher goalie. But you know, Zarhaida patience diffing the two defending forwards there. Waiting, and then slotting it through with the strike.
Yeah, the patience out by Zarhainov, and this patience really is needed when you are playing into triple creations on the other side on a map such as Taiko Temple. And hey, that's why this comp is so favored a lot of the time. But the Blobcap is really just making it not look favored with how dominant they have been point after point, and that's first barrier found, a good pass down there, but not really found in the end. And the save is getting to be there for the side of Cats, so they are able to stall for long enough for Noctilite to return to the field. But the question is can they do much more?
They're looking to do so. Bit of chaos being laid down in that corner from the Dubu wall, but once again, it just seems to be ineffectual. Oh, Yotes could die here. Oh, uses the eject button just in time to get back. It seems like this Cats team are perma-banned from using core flip in offensive situations, especially Noctilite seems to always have to blow it just to dodge Yodes' nukes. But no flip, no dodge, no problem. Does manage to get the second barrier open, but misses the dangle into wall setup, unfortunately, meaning that Yodes is able to get away scot-free, but not so free now with no more flip to his name. Another Taiko moment, to say the least. Immaculator holding particularly well in the series of interactions. Able to... Oh, there we go! Cash money, great flip. But now, yeah, it was only a matter of time. Ran out of buttons. But enough buttons were up Whistle's pocket to defend, but it's just too much. It's just too much. There's too many fast buttons, forwards buttons, whatever, in their face. And eventually the goal is found in top corner.
Yeah, honestly, really good back pass there by Zarhainov across the drum to use Yodesman's tempo flip to make sure the core. You know, I'm just yapping for fun. No, that was just a real big misplay. But hey, didn't cost him the set. That's what matters. And now Estelle's rewarded, likely with the glass cannon, or maybe the Deadeye, or maybe just letting the Deadeye fall to potentially Luna. Reptile Remedy getting picked up for Immaculator definitely needed with what Cookies is doing to him. And Cookies picking up the Adrenaline Rush is really scary. And hey, despite the Deadeye getting denied, the side of Blobcap gets a lot of stuff that they really want, and whoa, we have the Among Titans pickup for the Dubu.
Is that correct, or is that for fun? I feel like, don't you want, like, obviously he's easier to hit when he's big, but don't you want size on this map as Dubu forward? What do I know? I guess we'll see how it pays off. Interesting series of strikes coming out in bot lane. Ultimately, the side of Blobcap coming out the better, and now a very scary offensive situation coming out. Cookies able to take that barrier, and is now looking to work it through Imac, who's able to outpatience that ulti, but the core control is just too impeccable between these two, not even these two forwards, because it was Yodes up there. Roll is fake. Good goal by the side of Blobcap there.
Yeah, very well played out by the side of Blobcap, and I just love the Yodesman rotate, right? He pushes forward while Zarhainov looks a little low, and, well, now it's Whistle who's looking a little low, gets the banish just to find the clear there, and thankfully Cookie's just making sure that Zarhainov does not die to any pillars there. Now Zarheinif in a bit of a dangerous situation. There's the Adrush pop as Whistle's taken off the map, and now they're playing at this corner. The kill found onto Zarheinif, and it's a barrier nearly traded back. A second kill out by Cookies. They do trade a barrier forward, and the nuke burned out by Yodsman, and they're just trying to play this pass into the corner. A good pillar out by Whistle, and now he's able to rotate the core onto offense, but it's just in time for Zarheinif to respawn, and the damage is coming through onto Cookies. His health bar not looking particularly great. He has the flip. He wants to be able to use it offensively for some sort of goal, and Banish... He is banished, but he does DI correctly to live for the time being, and he lives long enough, and...
Oh, and he takes the barrier.
He takes the barrier. He takes
What the hell? Oh my god.
And the nuke to kill Imak and find the goal. I think that was just stylish.
Oh my lord, what a sequence. Ricky Cookie playing their life for dear life manages to exist in the right place incidentally to help confirm that goal. Take nothing away from Yodes there, dropping that nuke at the opportune moment. Once again, poor Whistle getting nuked off the map by some other ability.
Oh my god, he's flying.
But he's really fast. Yes, I second that notion. He's so fast. Orb Dancer, Glass Cannon, and nobody's bothered to hit him. There you go. Okay, it looks like the speed is finally depreciated a little bit, but still, Yodes is just like he's low-key not even goalieing half the time anymore. He's just running amok up in the middle of the park, which is, I guess, pretty good from a value standpoint. If you're a member of Block Cap, you're looking to seal the deal right now. A lot of buttons coming out from everyone. Luna in the mixer. The ball hit to Rookie Cookie, but Cookie's not having the right abilities up their sleeve to confirm the goal just yet, but Zarheinif is threatening with Flip. Flip might not even be needed. Flip is decidedly needed. And there we go. Something on the order of a 9-0. There might have been one cat skull in there, but not as tough of a fight as that first game, and we see Blobgap surge to a 2-0 victory here in the series.
Yeah, and Cats now falling down to 1-14 in their total games. They did pick up a game last week. Hopefully they can continue that streak, maybe pick up a few more games, a few more series ideally. But yeah, Blobgap joining the side of Voss at 5-2, and we will have to see if Locke joins them at that three-way tie in first place position with a win over Vibecheck after this. But yeah, overall, Blobgap very clean today. In theory, this should have been a decidedly clean 2-0, and that's what it looked like from the second game, but that first game was really close.
I think maybe they just had not acclimatized to who they were facing. Definitely a mixed bag regarding the Cats roster, but I guess that's always the case in some capacity, be it personnel or position differences. But yeah, no, I mean, maybe it just took him a bit to adapt to these, especially the Imak goalie. Definitely plays it a little differently, but in any case, they did get over the hump as many would have expected them to do. I'm personally collecting some portion of the 62,000 orbs I just bet with, so, you know, now I will reveal my bias. I am printing orbs right now, but in any case, I think we will send to a brief break, and we'll get right back at you with the Lockdown versus who is Lockdown playing? I low-key forgot.
Vibecheck. Vibecheck.
Okay.
So curious to see how that'll go, but that will get to you guys after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 4 of the day in EUSL. I'm joined once again by Jiggle Supreme. We are here for Vibe Check versus Lockdown, and oh my god, what a surprise, we're going to Taiko Temple.
Yeah, I consider me bamboozled, I guess. But we do have a bit of diversity. We see one of the new awags off start. We do see an ad rush start, so that could prove a little interesting. We see Lockdown banning out the Asher, actually. That's quite understandable. Granted, I guess it is Vibe first pick. They also ban out the Atlas. So I guess everyone just perma-banned for playing Lockdown goalies. Granted, I don't think the Asher was going to be in between the sticks if it were to be selected by Vibe. But then we do see the first pick of the bunch coming out, Zen. From the side of Vibe Check, that's understandable, especially given the ad rush up for grabs, and Locke responds in turn with another damager in Vice. So we'll see maybe the win con developing early here for both sides.
Yeah, the damage certainly coming through, right? Zentaro so good post-patch. I think, what was it, like 1 second I think he got lowered on the school? It's either 1 or half a second, but regardless, that makes Zentaro so good. And then Vice Estelle picked up by Lockdown. That is a really good backline when it comes to dealing the damage, and that probably means that we might just see an IME pickup here for Vibe Check, and I am wondering, right, if it's the IME pickup, what does this round it out with, right? Is it maybe like a Rune goalie, or are we going to see like another Lockdown goalie because it is Taiko Temple? Like maybe the Dubu? Like the Dubu could just be picked up here as well, and that would be pretty good. Yeah, I really have no clue.
I think in any given EUSL game, you can flip a coin. Awakening's completely irrelevant. Just flip a coin. Yeah, you can flip a coin, and I feel like Ata will be on Rune if it comes up heads. Big Runer. But we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. We might just see the Bite Breakers here, low key. We might just see
it has to just be Bite Breakers.
They have to be doing it. They have to be committing us to the bid. SMG loves his IME. So, oh yeah, okay. Well, there we go. Okay, the coin flip, I am assuming, came up heads, but that creates an interesting situation. Where is it SMG on the Finny? Or is it SMG on the Rune and Ata on
has played the Finny. Ata has played the Finny. She is really good at it. There's no way this is going to be SMG Finny, right?
We've seen crazier picks less than 50 minutes ago, so you can never be too sure with these Europeans, bro. First they eat snails, then they lock in Finny midfield. So we'll see what happens. We're seeing a bit more of a conventional lineup coming out of Lockdown. I assume it's got to be Sloth on the Vice, or is it Sloth on the Estelle? I feel like both of those are realistic.
So the thing to note is that Lockdown is playing with 2 subs.
Oh, I am locked down. Who are the subs?
I believe it is going to be Shen, Kamikiri, and is it Giovanni, or
if it's Gio, then he's probably on the Estelle, but maybe I should have done a bit of more research beforehand. Yeah, because I was like, I've never seen. Okay, that would make more sense if it's
Shen, Scython, and Kami.
Shen, Scython, Kami. So it's okay.
So this will probably be Scython back to midfield, and then Kamikiri on this Julie with Shen goalie probably playing Vice.
Oh, so we're seeing a return of the Shen goalie. Did Shen play goalie in EUSA last week?
Yes,
or did Shen sub in, or did he sub in EUSL goalie? I forgot.
He was playing in EUSA for his main roster as goalie until his main goalie showed up. Right, he just moved from midfield into goalie, and they pulled in a midfield sub in Lilaeth. So yeah. We will see the Shen goalie this time brought up to EUSL, and we are getting started for this game 1. Shen Vice is going to be interesting to see for sure.
Yeah, I think it's very okay. Wow, what did I was about to say something so piss obvious. I was gonna say it's a very execution heavy character, but I think that goes for most characters in this game. But yeah, I think provided you're able to play the Vice goalie well and get those clinical executions with kills when you need to get them, then the defensive shortcomings are usually accounted for. We're actually seeing SMG on the Finny midfield. So like I said, my coin flip analogy is paying dividends here. But yeah, so interesting comp. coming out of the side of VibeCheck, decidedly specking into just killing people here. But likewise, the side
Okay, it's
of
SMG Finny.
yeah, and then it's the side of Lockdown, also, you know, able to output some damage. Estelle can just kill people for fun, man. So I think there will probably be a fair few power plays heading into this game.
Yeah, the mini on lock here, right? Glass Cannon, Mag Souls, with the Adrenaline Rush picked up for Ata, Yuki, and Kamikiri. And notably, it is going to be double slick kicks for the side of Lockdown.
First barrier does fall. Ata either incapable or unwilling to put down a pillar there to defend the top barrier, but no problem. This Julie is already almost dead. Kamakiri having to position a little conservatively relative to... Okay, wow. Good. There goes the big kahuna. He's got a kill on the board. The ult being used by Shen, who's continually just... Oh, Scythen, sorry, who's just knocking the ball back and forth between themselves and Kamakiri. But good holds by the pillar off of Ata, but there's just so many buttons being ripped off cooldown here, but a really good triple take coming out of SMG buys enough time for that flip to be outlasted, but not all sunshine and rainbows, because we do have Ata paying the price with their life, and there goes Zentaro, there goes the point. That was probably 3 or 4 kills, and we hadn't even touched overtime.
Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind, though, is the side of Lockdown. They have a really, really good comp for the early game. VibeCheck will take a little bit of a second to scale for later on, right, with the Zentaro, who scales really well with damage, with the Finny, the Rune, who gets so much good cooldown scaling. Notably, though, for Rune, I think the Timeless Creator is in, but I believe Monumentalist is out, Castellast is out, so there are multiple items that are out, and I think Siege Machine as well, if I'm not wrong.
I believe so. I haven't seen Siege Machine in my carousels recently. Good recovery by Todd there. Able to buy some time, but strikes it right into... Okay! Strikes it right into Kamakiri, sure, but then pulls off some sickness to maintain possession of the core right on the goal line. Great execution there.
Oh my God.
Great recovery by SMG. These two defenders are locked in, but not so much Ata. I mean, not so much Yuki, unfortunately. Trying to do a little too much there. It ultimately taps the ball into their own net.
Yeah. Ultimately, indeed, it's really hard to say how things will go, right? The side of Lockdown, they look so good early on, and Kamikiri finds the double barrier early on as well, and now it's just up to Scython to see if they can get this through. Ata with a good rotation back, has the flip still available. Strike were won there by Scython, but it does return back to their own side, and thankfully no demon angle there, and Shen just trying to slow the play. SMD takes one barrier. There's a good banish there out by Kamikiri. Damage potentially getting dropped onto him, but no, the core just gets them through a demonic bounce, and he's able to score.
Set by Lockdown. Not a single point taken to overtime. They took care of business early, often, and fast. And we're seeing Vice out front, and there's a couple really scary pickups here for Scythen. So we'll see what they ultimately end up picking, especially because this Rune is also threatening with a couple nice buttons.
Yeah, the team player, very consistent pickup for goalie in general, but the Deadeye and then the Reptile denied, very big to take away from either forward on the side of VibeCheck. And Demo for Julie, also a very good consistent pick, leaving this Finny with almost nothing in the back half of this draft. You kind of want to take the Omega Infused Accelerator, but it is arguably pretty grief to do so with how much damage is already coming through.
Good patience to work the ball up, or I guess down and around that chaos in the midfield. But speaking of chaos, a lot of buttons being unloaded. There's only a couple people in this entire lobby who are capable of dodging. That just goes to show you where the energy situation is at this moment in time. Scythen not looking long for this Earth, but putting down a secondary as an escape option should things get a little hairy. SMG getting very hairy over in that corner, has to stun, or put a really good stun onto Kamakiri actually to allow himself to grab that orb, but it's still level 2, is still bereft of any sort of stagger or dodge or anything like that. Just seems like Lockdown is playing the damage game plan a little more clinically here. Granted, it comes at the expense of some overcommittals like that, and now we have open net for the side of Lockdown.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind, right, this health bar situation not looking great for the side of Lockdown. They find one barrier. The second as well, Kamikiri. Now Scython setting up a good supernova. Not much more to be found there, but Kamikiri, the dash punch to beat out the pillar. Well played.
Very good. The pillar just not coming out quite quick enough. We do see two members of VibeCheck threatening flip, which is kind of a double-sided coin, or I guess a double-edged sword. That's the better expression. Because sure, you get flip, but that also means that once you blow it, you've got absolutely no dodge for probably 15 seconds, which is not what you want to have up against this lockdown comp. One flip has already gone the way of the dodo, though, and SMG paying the price with in the middle of the park, eating a lot of buttons in his face, but good interplay between the two forwards. I have VibeCheck to nonetheless secure the barrier in spite of their stagger perils. And now, Ta surging forward, roll swapping with injured SMG, and doing it to great effect, slotting it in top corner off that flip a little past Shen's Estelle, getting their first goal on the set.
Yeah, and now VibeCheck coming into a pretty strong position. Curious to see how much more they can do as Shen just trying to clear up this bottom side. It loses both barriers, and now VibeCheck poised for another really strong offense as Kamikiri is completely banished, denying any sort of re-offense enabling. And VibeCheck, they take their second goal.
Fortunate whiff of the strike shot there happens to me a lot more than I'd like to admit, but it does mean that VibeCheck is now in pole position to take this set in spite of their level disparity and the fact that they seem to be on the receiving end of way more killing than on the other side of the pitch, but they make the most of the moments where they need to execute, and they're looking to be threatening with the first set take and potentially finally scaling going their way. It's going to be so hard when your teammates are perpetually on the brink of death. But I guess in that exchange of abilities, you've also got Kami being brought so far down and ultimately being knocked off the map, which is exactly what you want to see. We'll see if the side of Lockdown can not Lockdown, if the side of VibeCheck can capitalize on this power play. And it seems like they're definitely doing so for the time being. Oh, but a wayward ulti from SMG means the goal is not guaranteed just yet. Shen doing his darndest to defend up there in the pocket, but come on, like nothing you can do there. If you have, even if you evade, if you had energy, then the ball just rolls past you. That's a checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate indeed. And now the Zen getting gifted, very likely with heavy impact. May just want to pick up the peak performance though to make sure that Estelle does not get a chance to pick that up. But if Estelle picks it up, it's like it's not the end of the world, right? That's not a forward. That's not who you're really looking to be doing all the killing against. And peak performance may be denied away by Rune, but no, it actually does fall to Scython. That is so big. And the Fighter Flight and Catalyst getting picked up, that feels so bad. And I actually really like the Berserker pickup in this game. It allows Kamikiri to completely turn around these moments when he's getting completely damage dumped and just look for a dash punch with a bonus extra 80 power.
Ugh, that is not a phrase you want to hear uttered. So powerful. But in any case, the core control also being applied quite well in addition to the power here. Coming out of this VibeCheck team, they are able to take the first barrier pretty clinically, but Scython looking for the rotate up and away from SMG is ultimately unsuccessful, and that sequence results in the second barrier falling for Lockdown, who are seeming to be petering out of the momentum they had to start off this game. It seems like VibeCheck are acclimatizing to the situation a lot better. Granted, we do see Atal losing the strike war. Luckily, SMG right place, right time to make sure nothing comes of it. Interesting interplay between the abilities there in the middle of the park. Julie might not be long for this world. There goes Kamakiri. And once again, another power play on the board in favor of VibeCheck. Can they make something happen with it? For the time being, it seems not. They're having so much trouble getting it out of the back. They were so tightly packed together that there was really no viable out clear. Now the power play diffuses. Nothing came of it. Shen beating the ball clear with that primary and playing. Oh, and there we go. Kamakiri up the other end of the map, doing a lot of good things to take that second barrier and forcing the flip out of Atal.
Yeah, and Yuki doing a really good job to backstep, making sure that her flip is still available and she doesn't let it get past her. Kamitri trying for the strike into dash punch, and a missed angle there means that the side of VibeCheck has another day to still live. Yuki with the flip available, uses the flip. Where does it go? It goes down to Shen. Shen clears it around to the opposite side. A good primary out by Scython to give Kami a chance to get some possession. Good save out by Ata with the unstable anomaly, and now Scython's health bar not looking great. He's taken off the map. The adrenaline rush propped for Yuki. Now she's moving really fast across the map as Ata finds these team player passes once again, but it's not enough for the side of Lockdown, as Ata's core speed was more than enough to score that.
Finds the pass and finds the goal. Crazy course speed. No brawler, no problem. And now, once again, VibeCheck looking to pick up where they left off last set with a bit of a steamroll to victory. This Juliet on the receiving end of so much punishment. But speaking of punishment, wow, SMG eating an ult to the face. No dodge on that Finny. Unwinnable situation. Equally unwinnable is that defense. Just too many buttons being thrusted into the face of Ata, who's unable to hold there. Now Yuki attempting to make things happen, but SMG's secondary is actually a little delayed, meaning that the ball is pushed back onto the VibeCheck defensive end. But they're able to hold. I'm really appreciative of the synergy between SMG and Ata in this particular game, especially. They seem to be covering for each other so well. And man, another core flip kill found. So we'll see if this power play will come to anything.
Yeah, Vero might, right? They did just open up the net, and cooldown still available for Ata. Saiton nearly taken off the map. Very dangerous there. And now the big finish available right in the net, right where Shen does not want it, but Shen a little too slow. Getting tagged up by the big finish means the glass cannon expires, and that's SMG slotting in another one.
An SMG column, Phil Mickelson, expertly crafted shot there into top plane. And once again, we're seeing VibeCheck on the precipice of taking a second set, and excuse me, especially so now that Kamakiri has once again been eliminated from contention for the next 13 seconds. Yuki with a couple of really great strings there to take, yes, Yuki, my bad. Yeah, I have name off again. But yeah, a couple of really good strings there on the Zentaro to take one barrier and ultimately both barriers. But Ata on the overcommittal gets punished, and this could be curtains. There we go. Yes, the ball rolls in. That's Juliet just needs a couple seconds of daylight to punish you, and there we go. Exhibit A right there.
Yeah, indeed. Lockdown maybe have a chance to bring things back once again, and well, this offense already there for VibeCheck, well cleared, and a good bit of damage for Kamikiri. Actually just sidesteps both pillars there and lives against the banish, no danger at all. And that means while their health bar is not looking okay, Ata doesn't really have much to deal with them on the backline. A good attempt on that dash punch, and now Yuki looking a little low as well. The side of Lockdown wanting to get their own Adrenaline Rush online. Unfortunately, it doesn't, as Kamikiri is the only one with it, but it doesn't really matter as the hit stun comes through, and they're able to win another point.
Very good play coming out of Lockdown there. Good force into top corner, and now we're deuces here in sets and points within the set. So really steal anyone's game. But scaling going into the next draft could prove to be the tipping point. So both teams obviously angling to put themselves in the first pick. Right now looking to be a bit more likely to be locked down here. Kamakiri securing the first barrier, but a great cost. Speaking of which, almost the cost almost exacerbated there by an unfortunate own barrier off the back pass, but luckily Shen having enough buttons up his sleeve to TP back just in time to protect the barrier. Protecting the barrier, immaculately so, is the side of VibeCheck here. Doing so well to hold. They do get a kill almost as collateral, but in so doing, they do lose their second barrier, meaning that this is potentially Lockdown's set to lose, but tempo swing, tempo reversal, and there's the flip, but Shen mashing enough abilities off cooldown to just about snub out the flip, and we're back to deuces here in the midfield. But looks like, yeah, Kamakiri unable to make anything happen on their own. And here we go. We do have a Yuki threatening here. 1v1 up against Shen, but Shen able to find the pass into sight, that he's dropped back to provide that out clear option. Good patience by Ata there. This could be scary. Good ulti coming out of SMG, but that's Julie, just Julie things. Reaction checking that rune goalie, slotting it into the bottom corner in spite of the banish, and Lockdown take this third set.
Yeah, I think it was a really good banish attempt out by Ata, recognizing that the Juliet is the big threat there and saying, oh, I need to make sure that they don't get to banish this, or that they don't get to play with the banish. And, well, unfortunately, it doesn't work there. It might be the extra special here for the Vice, but no, yeah, bulk up makes a lot of sense. You want the stagger, you want to live, especially with the peak performance already online, but that means the extra special gets to fall to Rune. Spark of focus on the Finny to deny the scaling from Estelle. But the Stinger is still up, and I think it might actually be for Shen to pick that up, and yeah, that is correct. Though, I think everyone here getting some really strong pickups.
This, yeah, crazy draft. Spark is Yeah, but you kind of got to do what you got to do. In any case, yeah, the rest of the lobby picking up a lot of good stuff. The defense is successful for the time being from Team Lockdown there. They're able to try to transition into offense, but the absolute smorgasbord of creations being thrown their way means that that effort is a bit delayed. But they do get there in the end, taking both barriers. Good 1-2 synergy between Kamakiri and Scythe, not to mention Kamakiri, even in the absence of their midfielder, able to just 1v1 play better, win more, into the top corner. Just Juliet thinks, and there we go. Another rapid-fire goal on the board for Lockdown.
Yeah, I just really want to call out how well Scython threaded the needle on that strike to take the second barrier. Is insane there, but hey, that was just that point. We still have way more points to go. Supernova taking one barrier on both sides there, and Kamikiri nearly getting taken down, and Scython with another great strike, forcing that pillar out by Ata. And now the core stays on the defensive side of Vibe Check. Scython just dribbling, trying to get it back to Shen so that he can set him up for another favorable strike war. This time it's Shen rotating it down the bottom side as Kamikiri tanks the pillar, takes a little bit of damage, but gets the barrier, and I'd say that's a very worth situation there. Health bar not looking great, and oh no, Scython burning the flip as well. That means no evade for neither forward of the side of Lockdown. And Kamikiri just trying to threaten Ata, make her really uncomfortable in the net, and that he does. Hit stun is all you need when your midfielder is doing the scoring.
The stuff Ata does on this Rune goalie is genuinely mesmerizing, but ultimately, yeah, not enough. Another top corner find, and we're now on match point for Lockdown. They just have to have one more good execution of their game plan, especially now that the banish is completely gone from Ata. This could prove to be a little dicey. Granted, the flip now forced out of Shen means that we're kind of seeing a great leveling in the ability department across the board, but good down clear found in spite of the lack of abilities, able to rotate the ball away from pressure for the time being, but caught a bit on the misposition there. This is exactly what you want if you're a member of the Vibe Check team who are able to slot it top corner. Good synergy there from all three of their members, ultimately culminating in a strike from Yuki to top corner, and they finally have a goal after a bit of a spell without one. But we do see a bit of a internet delay here. Looks like we've lost Yuki. Unfortunately, that goal was so good, their computer exploded.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we'll have to see. Yeah, it is a internet thing, as I have been informed. Now, one other thing I do want to mention is, you mentioned the leveling, and as we get back into the game, the levels are pretty important. Everyone here at that level 10, or nearly so in the case of Kamikiri, so that means Stagger is actually going to be pretty much where it is at max, with all the Stagger awakenings also taken off the carousel, and that means that no one can get tankier here. Now, nearly a kill found on Yuki there, and oh no, Shen, you had that save! We did not need to take our own barrier, but a bit of a panic moment there, and they might just pay for it, as Shen and Scython stuck on this defense, and now Kamikiri stuck off the map here with a good amount of damage, and Yuki just slots that in off of a disastrous piercing shot from Shen before that.
Yeah, unfortunate, and especially at this level, it just takes a trickle like that to start a flood, and ultimately culminated in a goal. Lockdown once really flirting with danger here. Now they went from a 2-0 advantage in the set to 2-2, and their brawler is now probably dead within the next 5 seconds. Oh, but a set of very fortuitous bounces, not to mention a very skill-based shot there from Scythe, means they're once again in the advantage state here, especially because Ata is in no man's land off of that rune teleport. The pillar not quite coming out quick enough to compensate, and there we go. Game 1 goes the way of Lockdown.
Yeah, Ata really thought that that secondary shadow swap was going to be enough to get it past Scython, maybe get a barrier, and then keep her flip for the next offense. But unfortunately for her, Scython, as he's been doing time and time this game, found the perfect strikes to get it around her defense, and just well played overall to the side of Lockdown, who frankly right now is running 2 subs.
Definitely a bit of a cobbled together roster, but I mean, these are good players. They're adaptable, not to mention better than I'll ever be, and then some. So I think perfectly equal to the task of stepping up when it matters most and getting it done here in the EUSL. Granted, they still have a bit of a mountain to climb, at least one game, at most 2 more games to play, but looking to have been coming out swinging here in spite of the damage coming out from their adversaries. Shen especially off roll 1 league above his pay grade. Have to say, very impressive performance, all things considered.
And yeah, it's as you said, off roll, right? So both, like for lockdown, they pulled in 2 subs, 2 players off roll, and hey, maybe Coach Varkas has something to do with this. Maybe he's cooking something really good and has found the way to get this team to win. And well, that is Taiko Temple Game 1 having concluded. Game 2, I will need a quick second to check. I believe it is Clarion Test Chamber. And if we go to Game 3, we'll get Gates of Obscura. So, hey, maybe a new map, you know?
Is Inky's in the pool and just nobody wants to pick it, or is it not in the pool? I'm not up to speed.
Inky's is in the pool. So, just as a refresher for you, right, we have Imies, Inky's, Taiko Clarion, Night Market, Aten City, and Gates of Obscura. And everyone's just saying, I don't want to play Imies, or Inky's, or Aten. Even though they're perfectly fine maps to play, but hey, EU just loves their Taiko Temple, their Clarion Test Chamber, their Night Market. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems like on a week by week basis, there seems to be a lot more map diversity in NAS. I think how many Inky's games have we seen all season in EUSL? Like maybe like 2. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just definitely very, very few in terms of the number of Inky's games. And hey, people are just not familiar with the Vaughn PowerPoint on Inky's, right? They're just not aware of it. They haven't watched it. They haven't figured out how to incorporate it into their own gameplay. And it's unfortunate because Inky's is a really fun map to watch and cast.
Very execution heavy map. But I guess we're stuck. We're stuck with the Clarion Corp. We're put in the Clarion Corp chair, which is, it's a fine map. Just, it's a very ubiquitous map. Not as ubiquitous as Taiko Temple though. But at least ETOS did the right thing, getting rid of that ad lab for the time being. So they, at least we will take the victories where we can. In any case, looks like we'll be heading into this game soon. Both teams taking a while to deliberate their picks. I don't think we've even been supplied the drafter yet, which goes to show where their heads are at. I think VibeCheck having to think very deeply about they spec'd super hard into damage, harder into damage than I'd say Lockdown did, and yet still coming out worse for wear because of it. So maybe we'll see a rethink of the game plan, but I think probably not, given the start we're seeing right here. Heavy impact off rip. Christ.
Yeah, heavy impact off rip, and that is going to be very interesting, and that's why we do see the Vice ban already. They saw what Scython was doing with it in the game before, and it's because of that Kami Kiri gets free access to his Rasmus.
That's quite scary. I mean, even obviously no necessarily Rasmus conducive awakenings off bat. Granted, fight or flight very strong, but yeah, there we go. Signature pick locked in. Up the other side of the field, we get Kai. Kai from VibeCheck. Yes, okay, my eyes are still good enough to see that. I'm wondering if that's SMG. I feel like, but do you really want to lock Kai on heavy impact start on Clarion? Maybe I'm just not a knower, but that seems like you might get killed a lot if that is SMG's Kai.
Yeah, I would say that is probably the SMG Kai. Like, Ata can pick it up. But never mind, I might be eating my words. This could very well be the Ata Kai, and we see SMG on Aimi, because I don't think I've really seen Ata pick the Aimi at all. And now the question is what is answered for this set of characters on the other side? It could just be Scython's Estelle, and then they put Shen on something like Atlas, or maybe they just go for more damage, right? Because the Zentaro is still open, and I think VibeCheck should just get it for free because the Rasmus is already picked up, and yeah, there's the Drakkar, one of Scython's, frankly, best picks when they're playing forward.
For sure. It's very just the Scython special, and in spite of the new hardware surrounding him, he's still there, he's still ever present, locking the same old reliable to bring some stability here to this rather mixed up team. Up on the other end, I guess we do see the rune coming out. I don't I don't think that can be construed as a ban on Ata, obviously, because I think Ata's already made their pick up the other end. But it is a very, interesting comp rounded out by this Rune. I assume it's Rune goalie from this lockdown side, but not terribly sure. And then up the other end, we do see Kamakiri on that Julie again. Unless we're seeing like Julie goalie or something. But no, I would put 99 bucks out of 100 that's Kamakiri on the Julie. So it just leaves a toss-up on who's in the sticks for Vibe, but likely Kai goalie coming out of a toss. So we'll see how these teams play into each other. Definitely looking to be another scary one given the heavy impact here off reps. We'll see how many people pick it up. In any case, okay. So, waiting very briefly on lobby start. Q has not quite been popped, but we do see both picks locked in. I think we do see it's a battle of or we can see a couple comfort picks coming out from each side. So I think each team able to affect the outcome of this game pretty comprehensively. I'm not entirely sure whether I can pick a winner. Hopefully hopefully I'm unable to pick a winner. I'd like to see a game 3 out of this series, but likewise, I would be completely understanding if we only saw 2. And here we go. We are being loaded into game. Our suspicions about character draft will probably be confirmed soon. We're seeing, is that Kamakiri locking the Drek? And Scythen on the Rune. Okay, man, we were glazing the Scythen Drek for so long, but it's actually Shen. This is not at all what we had foretold. Shen Rasmus goalies. I think we are 0 for 3 on Lockdown's picks. We suck. But yeah, so Kamakiri, Drakar, Scythen, Rune, Shen, Rasmus. Never listen to Caster's pregame again. Genuinely just mute the stream at that point. We really threw. But in any case, a bit more conventional picks coming out of the side of Vibe Check. That's exactly, we were right on the money with those at least. But I don't know how much props you can give us. Granted, that's what they tend to lock in pretty constantly. In any case, first barrier down for both sides here very early on. Bottom barrier standoff, so maybe it's not as much of a drag as it might be. Sure, the barriers have been on a diagonal, especially with SMG. Crazy execution, plus the self-dribble into the turret, looking to do all the IME macros to perfection. But Shen and friends able to withstand the pressure for the time being. Scythen up against this big IME is really hard to win Strike Wars, but now should become a little easier, especially now that SMG is going to have to be a bit more cognizant of his life, given the crazy flip blow most recently. But now SMG is still surging forward. No brawler, no problem, is trying to just do it all himself, but not quite successful. A couple of good ability usages coming out of Shen to hold, and great patience from the lockdown goalie there as well. Backed up by the pillar from Scythen means that ball ain't going anywhere anytime fast. And now funneling it back up the other end of the field. Kamakiri trying to make things happen, but the direct execution a little lacking. Likewise on that kill, we are feeling the Drakar nerves here. I feel like they would have got a corner kill 2 days ago, or a wall kill 2 days ago, but no. SMG escapes with his life, is almost back to full health already, but is continually losing these interactions up against this huge Drek, who's able to once again secure the barrier and almost gets a crazy read onto a toss clear, but no read, no problem. The ball persists in the danger zone, and Scythen is there to capitalize with a really good pillar down into bot plane, and we have the first goal in the game. Evidently taking pretty long. Clarion Corp tends to do that to a mother trucker, even if you have not lockdown goalies on either side of the map. But we do see the first OT point, presumably of many, especially when I talk and hit these crazy interactions like that, plus a really smart strike found. And another universe might have gotten a barrier as icing on the cake, but in this sad, sad universe, instead they lose their barrier and are now flipless, surging forward into the field, into the fray, trying to stop the ball from getting into the arc where it could prove so dangerous to flip. Yuki on the D, somehow getting back there in time to rip the flip, not to mention finding an absolutely devious, diabolical angle to take that second barrier. And we're seeing a bit of a tempo reversal here in favor of Vibe Check, especially with the mixed execution of the Drakar stuff from Kamakiri. And now Scythen, could have maybe died there had the flip been riffed by SMG, but it might not have been in the cards. The wild cards, though. Oh, wait, that's the wrong game. That's the wrong game. That is how you could tell I've been commentating for like 2 minutes straight. Oh, Dios mio. In any case, the wild cards. Okay. The Vibe Check. Vibe Check has gotten their first goal on the set. And here we go. Lockdown looking to try to keep them at just that one with this flip out of Kamakiri, who's able to get the first barrier, but no dice on the second. And this could be curtains for Scythen if he's unable to pick up this orb. Yuki recognizing the situation and getting that orb, meaning Kamakiri. I mean, not even Kamakiri. That was originally, it was Scythen who was low, but Kamakiri also equally low. But even from the goop, still able to make some nutty stuff happen. Tapping it bot plane. Cash money into bot plane there. So good stuff. All right. And here we go. We are on the Bumper Barn. Borg's Bumper Barn, some have called it previously. The map that giveth and the map that taketh away. And it does definitely taketh away the life of Kamakiri, who's already dead within 10 seconds, but back on the board here, able to help assist and the great holding of that top lane by the tandem defense of Kamakiri and Shen. And now SMG having to, like, I guess panic ult to preserve his own life, but in so doing, own barriers his goalie, which you hate to see it. Oh, but oh my god, that was such a clean sequence by Ata there. My diamond goalie butt could never do such a play. But in any case, nice to see, especially now that you've got the second barrier open up on the other end of the field. We've got a really good passing play, not to mention a brilliant strike found by Yuki, forcing the flip out of Shen, who is now a sitting duck, and the sitting duck shot and brought to market there. Great strike by Yuki to get another goal on the board for Vibe Check. And it's deuces here in the first set. And we have the Atlas.
Back to set 5.
Hello, welcome
back to point 5. Yes, I'm back now as well. And point 5 is on this Project Expanse. A good cross clear, but it is a flip available for Ata in case she wants to push up with it, but not really wanting to use it on that first barrier, but you have to use it on your own second barrier there. And now it's a bit of a dangerous situation. She flips a little aggressively, trying to take the barrier, and now it's just rotated down to Scython as Kamakiri is pushing up on the bottom side himself, but it just slides on by him. A good death touch to buy some space, and the Expanse denying SMG's cyber swipe, which means that he is unable to get into position to deal with the offense of Ask here. Or, sorry, not Ask, Lock.
We are both messing up the team names. Okay, at least I'm not alone. In any case, interesting set of picks here. We got 2 Sparks, which means they're going to be a little less effectual if you want to go for a Spark build here. It might probably just be shafted to the caboose. A lot of people being very careful about their picks here. We ultimately see 1-2 going the way of Drek. Maybe an indication that the side of Lockdown are really going to spec into damage here. We're seeing Erasmus pick up the ad rush, and I think that's complemented by the OIA pickup from this Julie. I think Yuki, if they're unable to play their life, especially given the Awakenings picked up on the other side of the pitch, they could just be giga dead. They could just be perma dead for a lot of this game, but I guess we'll see how the situation is managed.
Yeah, and speaking about my little slip of the tongue there for a moment, funnily enough, this forward and this goalie here, Ask with Shen and Kami and also Arlax, were actually a set 5.5 away from being in EUSL over Vibe Check, funnily enough. So that had a real possibility to happen, and hey, unfortunately for them, it didn't. But they're showing that they deserved to be here by beating Vibe Check. And that's what they're looking to do thus far. They're looking pretty good. They have taken this game 1 and are looking pretty okay in this game 2, but there's still a lot more game to be played, and it is 1 barrier piece as Kamakiri returns to the field.
Boom, second barrier falls. Advantage Lockdown. Not so much anymore, given that their Drek has just eaten paint. Yuki able to, I mean, it was a suspect series of interactions, but Yuki coming out the better there. Now they're ending with flip, but no flip, no problem. Catches Shen out on the dodge read, but no dodge was ultimately necessary. Instead, just strikes it in like a boss, and now you've got 2 flips, soon to be 3 flips, coming out of this Vibe Check side, so things could get really hairy. You can see they're already playing super tentatively around the goop. They do not want to be on the receiving end of a flip.
Oh. And what a death touch to counter the flip. I think the side of Lockdown here was very happy to be on the receiving end of the flip as it set up their own barrier take in their case. Now this turn a little bit dangerous. That is the second barrier found there, but they have cleared it away from the turn, and now it's Kamakiri up on the offense. Yuki, though, she has the flip, and she is positioned really well to use it, but oh no, it nearly goes on in. A good killer there to set up the rebound for Kamakiri, and the stun on Ata there means that Kamakiri is able to just shoot it right through her.
There we go. Lockdown looking to maybe establish some sort of a snowball here, especially if they can get a good position in this next draft and pile on the pain. But one goal required to do so, which they don't come fast and thick here on Clarion Corp into good opposition, so they're definitely going to have to work for that positional advantage in this game. Crazy situation there in bot lane. Scythen was getting cordoned off into that little bot lane, and Yuki was trying everything in their power to get the kill up onto him, but lives. And living is not Yuki, but lives? No, does not live. At the 5th time of asking, Shen is finally able to pull something out of his pocket that will get the poor Julie off the map, at the expense of his barrier, might I add. So, you know, I guess that's an okay trade, especially if they're, well, maybe not so much anymore, because nothing really came of that power play. The barrier stays up for the side of Vibe Check. Great patience by Ata, but oh my god, I was about to say, but the situation might be insurmountable, but they find an incredible clear out the back. But the flip is burned for nothing, a little too slow. But once again, Ata bailed out by Julie. I was about to say to Julie DC, but no, Yuki just walked into the smoke. So there we go. Good stuff coming out of Vibe Check there.
Yeah, very well played. And now we are on another 0.5 like this set 1 this game. Flip out by Kami just for the first barrier. Not 100% sure if that is worth it yet. Does get back to them, and they aim to go for the second barrier. Are unable to find it, and now Scython just feeding up this bottom side, though the forwards are encroaching, and Kamikiri, his health bar is encroaching death, as he is not in the best situation, and SMG burns the flip there to deny the banish attempt by Scython, and I see how Yuki is posturing. She is trying to posture for this dash punch, and Scython is just not giving it to her, and Shen playing to make sure that this top barrier does not go down. The bottom one does go down in that situation. This pass attempt failed, but Kamikiri still gets it despite that, and both Scython and Yuki looking really low. The flame flurry out by Yuki. Scython, his health bar, it's just almost 0 and gets damaged. A good shadow swap means he lives, and he gets to keep the flip.
Man, this is said that, sometimes it's hard to appreciate how good players at this level are at positioning. But man, we're seeing a masterclass in that department coming out from both teams. It's a miracle that neither has found a kill. But finding the goal is Scythen ultimately blowing the flip, but for a good cause, knocks the second barrier down. It means that this is a very scary situation. There we go. Yeah, no flip. Ata was not preemptive enough with the flip. Might not have been able to be preemptive enough with the flip. I feel like if you ripped it that much earlier, it might have been out of range. So good stun there by not Scythen. I'm so used to seeing Scythen drag. Good stun by Kamikiri, and gets rewarded with the first pick here in this draft.
Yeah, and first pick, the bulk up, so good. And hey, does this Kai go for more speed? Is it an explosive entrance pickup? Maybe just orbs or something along those lines? And okay, Monumentalist is in the game, so I think it is actually Siege Machine and Castellas that got removed. I know a lot of stuff got removed for the rune, but hey, I think Scython very happy with the Monu, and the size getting denied away from the Rasmus. I think the Rasmus is honestly not that sad with the Orb Dancer because it's Rasmus goalie.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's orbs for days back there, especially in those moments of downtime when there's no one to challenge, and big portals claim their first victim within the first 10 seconds of the match. Granted, the positional disadvantage was not as bad as you would have thought. SMG able to sneak in and find that first barrier, meaning ironically it's actually Vibe Check who I was going to say that Lockdown that were in a better position in terms of barrier count, but there goes the second one. And now we're at 1 apiece. Shen opting to dribble, finding a couple unconventional clears there to just buy Scythen some time to drop back and assist with the defense. But the defense is not held, and regardless, good step out in front of Yuki to get in front of the hit stun though, and Yuki unable to press the offense. Scythen putting them into a very tricky situation there, forcing them to evade in order to preserve their life, but it does mean Shen is left with a really easy clear. And now both teams desperately padding it up here in that top plane in the shadow zone. And this could, that was maybe like either 2 or 3 flips in really quick succession. And somehow Ata holds, but Ata does not hold forever. And SMG has dash, I'm pretty sure, so is able to threaten with it if he's able to get in a good position to let it rip. In the meantime, uses flip for tempo, but the tempo not capitalized on by Yuki. But now very scary, he's 1v1. Yuki is in Shen's head. Once again, ripped the dodge. Yuki didn't even strike. And now there's just such a crazy rebound. Shen is just unable to find the right angle. The dangle found, though, but the dangle not quick enough to slot it past this Rasmus goalie, this big Rasmus goalie. And speaking of goalies, we've only got one on the field now, and SMG unable to dash back in time. Great counterattack by Kamakiri and co.
Yeah, and somehow Kamikiri finds the punish onto Ta. She has been gliding, she has been supporting the offense, but the way to deal with that offensive support is to remove them from the game. And well played out by Kami, and they just need more of these, and Kami, unfortunately, that time misses the flip, but it doesn't matter as Yuki's still taken off the map, and SMG, perhaps soon to follow, is able to get a chance to get the orb. But that's one barrier, potentially a second to follow really soon. Good layering out by Scython and Kami, and the pillar not achieving much more. A good death touch to bring the core back into their own possession, and the possession has shifted now in favor of Vibe Check.
Ooh, Vibe Check not able to capitalize there. Oh, dash punch. Oh, but the flip was ripped by Shen in time. But Shen, a story of his series, really. That's the one. That was like, oh, yeah. This happened on Taiko too, where he's. Wait, no. So Kamakiri was on the Julie last game. Never mind. I was flaming Shed for no reason. Shed didn't fall for that last game. It was a Ta that fell for that last game. But it was a stereotypical Julie moment where you misposition very slightly, then she dashes, gets in front of you, and just taps it in for fun. But in any case, tapped off the map for fun is this Julie. In this case, now we do see a power play up in favor of Lockdown, but they do miss the execution just a smidge, meaning that both their barriers are now down.
Yeah, now it's up to Kamikiri with that size buff to take it up this top side. A good pass down means they are able to rotate it away. Denies the flip completely thanks to Scython's pillar. And SMG using the turret to try and keep the core forward. Unfortunately, it doesn't work there. A good single banish, not a double though. And despite that, Yuki's health bar not looking particularly great. Scython trying to feed up this top side, but does leave the core behind with only a pillar to defend. And SMG's Cyber Swipe doesn't do much of anything. Flips available for SMG and Scython. SMG's flip is shut down. That's one barrier, perhaps a second soon to follow as Scython uses the flip of their own. Strike War 1 out by Kamikiri. And Kamikiri is the one who gets themselves the size buff. Now it's just up to Scython to keep the core forward. A bit of an awkward bounce through the middle. And a good barrage out by Ata. She's doing a really good job making sure the core never gets a chance to get to Kamikiri. It's just rotated around again and again. No pillars to follow up with that banish there for Scython as Kamikiri is pushed up this bottom side. But it's actually just enough. Ata a little too far away from the wall.
Angles. They'll kill you in overtime. And here we go. Lockdown are threatening taking the entire series here if they're able to just take one more point here on the Goo map. And looks like they're off to a good start here, forcing Yuki into the goop and taking some damage. But back to full health. Good hook out of Shen. And not so good of a flip. We're trading flips, both goalies ripping their flips, meaning the energy has been equalized just a bit. But yeah, Yuki just really threatening with this flip, just has to touch the ball a couple more times. Kamakiri braving the goop might have been an ill-advised decision. Eats so much damage, but should be able to heal back up to full-ish now. Because Yuki was taken out of the play, but now both brawlers just absolutely slugging it out in the middle of the park. Neither too interested in playing the ball for the time being, but now that the orbs are out in abundance, could shake things up. Kamakiri and Shen just playing a little tentative out the back, trying to work it between each other. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Unfortunate flip out of SMG. Well, it does follow up on the second time of asking. A really sick follow-up to get that kill onto SMG, though, by Shen. And now, Lockdown are looking to threaten this final barrier on the 2v3, and they get it. And we'll see if they're able to land the plane here. Oh, great save by Ata. This is absolute balls to the wall action. No balls 4-for-1 needed.
Oh.
Great slot to bot plane by Kamakiri, just past Ata. And there we go. Lockdown bouncing back from their defeat last week to pick up another victory.
Yeah, and I mean, such a clean series out by Lockdown. No sloth, no Giovanni needed. Shen and Kamikiri coming in as the super subs with the Scython roll swap back to the days where he was the sniper. And hey, they take down Vibe Check. I'm pretty sure this actually puts Vibe Check nearly out of playoffs contention. And I believe it actually just does put Cats out of playoffs contention if they weren't already. And yeah, now we have a three-way tie at 5-2 at the top of the table. And Cards sitting at 3 and 4, they want to get one of those top 2 spots, but it's looking really tough for them.
Yeah, it's a tough league, this. I think there's a great sense of parity across the board, and it's just these tiny disparities in execution that'll cost you points, that'll cost you games, that'll cost you playoffs, and Lockdown, the unfortunate recipients of it in this case. But on the other side of that coin, great execution by the unconventional Lockdown roster, getting it done in 2 games, might I add. So great stuff out of them. Kamakiri had quite the game there, had quite the series, frankly, as did everyone involved. But I think, yeah, that's the end of the games for today. We'll send you to raid someone, provided they're online. And barring any final words, we'll catch you next week with more EUSL action.
Yeah, nothing else here remaining. And, well, thank you everyone for showing up. It was a pleasure, and we will catch you guys next week.